Welcome back to Worlds of Prothika audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Prothika, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Prothika's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothikan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprothika.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Lysandra. I taste blood in my mouth, coppery and thick. My own, someone else's. Hard to tell after the carnage I've just witnessed. My head throbs, my vision blurs, and yet I fight to keep my spine straight. The dark elf guard behind me yanks on the chains around my wrists, forcing me deeper into the courtyard of Perthos fortress. I stumble. The cobblestones are slick with mud and gore, remnants of the rebellion I led, now lying in twisted heaps around me. My left shoulder throbs where a crossbow bolt grazed me earlier, but I grit my teeth and push the pain aside. Crumpling is the one thing I refuse to do, not when my people died, hoping I could achieve something greater than this humiliation. The fortress courtyard sprawls beneath a sky streaked with orange and purple, the final throes of daylight reflected on the black walls. Perthos is infamous for these high battlements of polished obsidian that glimmer like a predator's eyes. Dark elf soldiers cluster around makeshift pyres, disposing of human corpses. My stomach churns at the sight. In the distance, I see a few battered survivors being dragged into one of the side gates. That's the last glimpse I get before a soldier shoves my head down. Move! His voice grates on my nerves. He's tall, even by dark elf standards, with coarse silver hair braided tight against his scalp. His gauntlet presses hard into my shoulder, eliciting a hiss of pain from me. I swallow the urge to spit at him. The chain around my wrists rattles, reminding me that if I act on my fury right now, I'll gain nothing but a swift blow to the skull. Instead, I force my gaze up, letting him see the hatred in my eyes. I'm moving, I manage through clenched teeth. He grunts, obviously unimpressed. You rebel scum! Should have executed you along with the rest. I'd love to watch you try, I snap, earning myself a sharp twist of the chain. My wrists scream in protest. I'm dragged forward across the courtyard where the swirling insignia of the hunter, the deity revered in Perthos, stares up from the mosaic on the ground. I make out the shape of a great hound mid-pounce, carved in black stone. All around me, dark elves stand tall, their pointed ears and silver hair marking them as creatures of lethal grace. They look at me with a mixture of fascination and contempt, whispering behind gauntleted hands or twisted smiles. I clench my jaw. Let them whisper. My rebellion may be in tatters, but the fire in my chest refuses to die. I will not kneel. Not here. Not now. Not ever. A contingent of guards stands by an inner portcullis. One of them steps forward. She's slender, her obsidian skin glistening under the flame of nearby torches. Her violet eyes flick over me, calculating. This is Lysandra Riven? She asked the soldier holding my chain. He nods. Captured her while her rebels tried breaching the farmland gates. Killed at least a dozen of our men in the skirmish. Her gaze shifts to me. I meet it head on, refusing to lower my eyes. You cost us many soldiers, she says softly, an undercurrent of danger in each syllable. King Throsh won't let such insolence go unanswered. My pulse hammers. I recall the farmland blazing at dawn, the wards flickering as we tried to sabotage them. the dark elf knights converging faster than we could react. Someone must have tipped them off. My people never stood a chance. The rage swirling in my gut threatens to boil over. "I don't answer to your king," I say, barely managing to keep my voice steady. Her mouth curves in a slow sneer. "Then you'll answer to Prince Zelith Varanthi." I've heard that name whispered among humans, an exiled prince rumoured to be as cunning as he is cruel. Some say he struck a bargain with one of the 13 dark elven gods, sleeping under the crust of Perthos, granting him power over shadows. Others claim he was banished for treason, stripped of his titles but still clinging to influence. Either way, he's dangerous. I can practically taste the wariness of the guards when they mention him. The soldier tugs on my manacles again, pulling me toward a flight of worn stone steps. I hazard a glance over my shoulder at the courtyard. Blood pools in shallow depressions, bodies heaped near the walls, waiting to be discarded like trash. The sight rips at my heart. I failed them. The thought stings like acid. I fought so hard to unify small groups of rebels scattered across the farmland. We dreamed of a day when humans wouldn't labour under the lash, wouldn't live or die by the whims of these elves. For a moment, it had almost felt possible. "Stop gawking," the soldier snaps, dragging me forward. We climb the steps leading to an imposing set of double doors. Massive iron knockers shaped like coiled serpents hang there. At a curt command from one of the guards, the doors swing inward, revealing a corridor lit by flickering torches. The air inside smells of incense and old stone. They march me down a hallway lined with tapestries displaying hunts and battles, all from a dark elf perspective. I see stylized images of humans cowering or kneeling in surrender. My hands ball into fists around the chain, the iron biting into my skin. One day, I vow, we'll tear these down. We come to a second set of doors guarded by 4 soldiers. They tense at our approach, spears angled forward. One of them, tall with a shimmering black cloak, steps up to the soldier holding me. "Her?" The soldier nods. "Yes, Prince Zelith's orders are to bring her in alive." "Interesting." The cloaked guard glances at me. He must have a use for her. Before I can snap some retort, they unlatch the doors and wave us inside. I step into a grand hall, the ceiling arching so high it fades into darkness. A chandelier fashioned from twisted iron rods and glowing mana stones casts a cold light, illuminating the mosaic beneath my feet. This one depicts the hunter guiding an arrow toward a fleeing stag, another testament to Perthos's savage devotion. Scattered around the hall are plush chairs and settees upholstered in dark velvet. It could almost be mistaken for a royal lounge, if not for the fact that each occupant is armed. A hush falls as I enter. I sense curious eyes on me, some gleaming with sadistic interest, others with idle disdain. Every nerve in my body screams to fight or flee, but the chain restricting my wrists keeps me in check. A figure at the far side of the hall rises from a carved wooden seat. He's dressed in obsidian black armour layered with delicate silver filigree, each swirl reminiscent of arcane runes. His hair, stark white, falls past his shoulders in a silken curtain. His skin is dark as midnight, and a series of ornate markings, silver war sigils, adorn his forearms. Even from a distance, his presence seems to command the room. I know who he must be, Prince Zelith Varanthi. Exile or not, the power rolling off him is palpable. He descends a few steps, dark boots clicking on the polished floor. His eyes lock on me, and I swear they glimmer with faint amusement. He stops a short distance away, crossing his arms over his chest. "So, you're the one who thought attacking Perthos was a wise move." His voice is low, carrying a dangerous resonance that echoes in the silence. "Lysandra Riven, I presume?" I lift my chin, ignoring how my raw wrists burn. I prefer not to hide my face behind a fortress and an army, if that's what you're implying. Soft laughter breaks from a few spectators. Zelith doesn't react with anger. Instead, his lips curve in a small smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Bold words, coming from someone in chains. The soldier holding my chain clears his throat. My prince, the council demanded we make an example of her. But you— I know what the council demanded, Zelith interrupts. His gaze doesn't leave mine. They'll have to wait. He flicks his hand in a gesture so casual it's almost dismissive. Bring her into the lesser hall. I'd like a private conversation. The soldier tenses. Should I inform the High Guard? No need. Zelith's voice remains smooth, but there's an unmistakable undercurrent of command. Just do as you're told. The tension in the room thickens. No one dares question him further. With a jerk on my chain, the soldier hauls me along, and we follow Zelith through a side archway. The corridor beyond is narrower, less lavish than the grand hall, but still lined with flickering sconces shaped like serpentine creatures. My gaze flicks between them, searching for weaknesses, hidden passages, anything. But everything seems meticulously crafted. I catch glimpses of more wounded humans in side alcoves, either unconscious or shackled to iron rings in the walls. My stomach twists, but I force myself to keep marching. I memorize each turn, each detail of the fortress's layout. If I manage to break free, I'll need every advantage I can glean. We come to a wooden door carved with swirling runes. Zelith pushes it open and steps aside, indicating the soldier should take me in. I enter a smaller room with a high, narrow window near the ceiling that spills in a meagre wash of evening light. A single table stands in the centre, its surface scratched and stained. 2 chairs face each other. Tapestries with hunting motifs line the walls, but they're muted here, less extravagant than in the main hall. The soldier shoves me forward, and I catch myself against the table's edge, biting back a grimace. Before I can recover, Zelith's voice cuts through the space. Leave us. Yes, my prince. The soldier drops the chain and backs away, footsteps echoing. The door closes behind him, leaving me alone with Zelith. I straighten, my wrists still bound, chains dangling between them. My heart drums in my chest, but I mask my expression schooled into cold composure. Prince or not, I refuse to show him weakness. If he expects tears or grovelling, he'll be sorely disappointed. He moves with a predator's grace, circling the table until he stands directly across from me. A flick of his eyes takes in the bruises on my forearms, the tear in my stained leather pants, the dried blood matting my raven-black hair. I clench my fists, resisting the urge to hide my injuries from his scrutiny. Sit, he says, gesturing to the chair nearest me. I lift my chin. I'll stand. 1 silver brow arcs. As you wish. He sets a hand on the back of the other chair, regarding me in a silence that grows more tense by the second. At last, he speaks. Word of your rebellion reached me weeks ago. Raids on storehouses, sabotage of farmland wards, incitement of slave uprisings, all led by a human with a gift for uniting the desperate. My throat tightens, but I keep my face impassive. Is that a compliment? I suppose it could be. He taps his fingers on the chair, a slow, thoughtful rhythm. Your forces spilled a lot of dark elf blood, Lysandra. The council is howling for your execution, yet here you stand, very much alive. I snort. I figure that's a temporary condition. Even so, I can't fully mask the flicker of hope inside me. If he meant to kill me outright, he wouldn't bother with conversation. He studies me for a heartbeat longer, then exhales a soft laugh, quiet, but laced with something ominous. Not necessarily. I have interests that could benefit from your continued existence. My shoulders go rigid. If you think I'll betray my people, you're wasting your time. He steps around the table, coming closer. My instincts scream to back away, but I hold my ground. I can't show him I'm intimidated, no matter how imposing his presence might be. He's a head taller than me, lithe but radiating coiled strength. The silver markings on his forearms catch the torchlight, shimmering like serpents. His gaze slides across my face, lingering on the bruise near my left cheek. I'm not asking for betrayal. I'm offering an alternative to a public execution. Cooperation, under certain conditions. The chain linking my wrists jangles as I curl my hands into fists. You can't seriously believe I'd cooperate with you. Dark elves have done nothing but enslave and torture humans for centuries. His expression remains dispassionate. And yet, here we are, speaking calmly rather than tearing each other apart. That's progress, isn't it? I bite down on the inside of my lip. This man is toying with me. I sense it in the casual arrogance of his words, the tilt of his head. But there's also a strange undercurrent, like he's truly measuring my worth, testing how far I'll go. What do you want? I demand, voice low. He brushes a white strand of hair off his shoulder. For now, I want to know exactly how you rallied so many humans under your banner. Resources, alliances, hidden caches. Where did you find the manpower and the nerve to march on Perthos? A hollow laugh escapes me. You think I'll just hand over my secrets? If you're trying to appear less like a tyrant, you're failing. He huffs a quiet sound, close to amusement. Very well, let's approach this differently. I suspect your rebellion isn't entirely crushed. Your people won't stop just because you're gone, will they? My pulse quickens. He might be fishing for names, strategies, anything he can exploit to root out the remaining rebels. You'll get nothing from me. He seems unperturbed. Your defiance is admirable, but defiance alone won't keep you alive. I want to hurl the table at him, rattle these chains like a rabid beast, anything to end this hateful dance. But logic keeps me still. The fresh bruise on my ribs reminds me I'm in no condition for another fight, and for all my bravado, the sight of my dead comrades in the courtyard still haunts me. Do you plan to torture me for the information? I force the question out, refusing to let fear show. He cocks his head, that silver hair glinting. Torture is messy and often unreliable. I prefer more nuanced methods. But I won't pretend to be merciful, Lysandra. You're valuable only as long as you can provide me with something useful. I seethe at his frankness. And if I refuse to talk, you throw me to the council? For a moment he's silent. Then he moves closer, so close I catch the faint scent of something cool and sharp, like a midnight breeze off deep water. My heart thuds against my ribs, but I don't back down. His voice drops, the tone almost intimate. Perhaps I keep you for myself. There are many ways a rebel leader could prove entertaining. Revulsion and an unexpected flicker of heat coil in my gut. I slam my shoulder forward, ignoring the pain. Entertaining? You sick bastard. He sidesteps just enough to avoid the brunt of my lunge, then snatches the chain between my wrists. The metal digs into my skin, forcing me still. We lock eyes, his glimmer with a predatory light, and I feel the tension rising between us, more savage and immediate than I expected. You hate us that much, he murmurs, a dangerous undercurrent in his voice. More than you can imagine, I hiss, twisting in his grip. But no matter how I jerk, the chain remains firm in his hand. He regards me, unblinking. I'm offering you a chance, Lysandra. While the rest of your rebels die in the dungeons, you might secure at least a semblance of freedom, or bargain for their lives, if you play this right. My vision wavers with anger. That's how he aims to break me, dangling the fate of my people in front of me like bait. I want to scream at him, tear him apart. But the weight of the day's battle crushes me, and reality seeps in. As long as I'm alive, I can still think, still maneuver. If I die, who will fight for the survivors? You want me to cooperate, I say, forcing my voice to steady. What does that entail? Me feeding you every last detail of my rebellion so you can finish wiping us out? His lips twitch, as if suppressing a wry smile. Not necessarily, I have little love for the ruling council. I'm an exile for a reason. I narrow my eyes. You think that makes you sympathetic? Save it. He doesn't release the chain, and the closeness is suffocating. I can't keep him at a safe distance without yanking uselessly on my bindings. Finally, he exhales and lets the chain slip from his fingers, stepping away. You're exhausted, he says, his voice softening. The guards told me about your injuries. There's a wash basin in the adjoining room. Use it. I'll have a meal brought in. I stare at him, heart pounding. Is he truly offering me comfort? My suspicion deepens, but I can't deny that I'm hungry, parched, and need tending to my wounds. This is some trick, I mutter. He shrugs, crossing his arms again. Call it a small kindness or a strategic move. Either way, refusing it won't help your cause. His gaze skims over my battered form. You've proven your spirit. Now prove your intelligence. Restore your strength, and maybe we'll find common ground. I hate that a small part of me sees the logic in his words. If I'm going to help any surviving rebels, I need to stay alive, remain sharp. So I swallow my pride for the moment. Fine. Good. He moves toward the door, pausing to glance back at me. We'll speak again soon, Lysandra Riven. Think carefully about where your loyalties and your survival truly lie. With that, he slips out, shutting the door behind him. I listen for a lock, a bolt, any sign that I'm sealed in. But the silence remains, broken only by the distant hum of fortress activity. Testing the handle, I find it locked from outside. Of course. The chain around my wrists feels heavier somehow, even though he's no longer holding it. My breath leaves me in a shaky exhale, and I sag against the table. My ribs scream in protest. I press a hand gingerly to my side, wincing at the sticky feel of half-dried blood. I'm alone now, but I can't relax. My mind spins with everything that just happened. The aftermath of the battle, the courtyard strewn with corpses, the terrifying possibility that the rest of my people are either dead or in chains. And then there's Prince Zelith, calm, assured, exiled, but still powerful. He claims he has no love for the council, but he's still a dark elf. He still stands for everything I hate. A small, treacherous voice in my mind whispers that he could be the key to saving whoever remains. If there's a wedge between him and the other dark elves, maybe I can exploit it. It's risky. He's clearly not one to be manipulated easily, but I have few options left. I slump into one of the chairs, the chain clanking. My stomach knots with hunger, but weariness outstrips it. I press my face in my hands, careful to avoid pressing on the bruises, and let out a shaking breath. My body feels like it's teetering on a knife's edge, any movement threatening to tip me into oblivion. After a moment, I force myself upright and shuffle to the adjoining door. It leads into a small washroom with a tarnished brass basin and a pitcher of water. A narrow slit of a window near the ceiling provides enough light to reveal the grime on my face and arms. My reflection in the water shows a pale, angular face smudged with dirt, storm-grey eyes shadowed by exhaustion, and a mouth set in a grim line. My hair, usually a sleek raven black, hangs in tangled knots. I pour water into the basin and dip my fingers in. The chill jolts me, but I bite back a gasp, letting the sensation ground me. Cleaning myself is difficult with the chain restricting my wrists, but I manage to splash the worst of the dirt and blood away. The motion sends twinges of pain through my shoulder and side, but it's better than allowing my wounds to fester. I dab at a gash on my forearm, wincing when the scab peels. No bandages, no salve, just water. Typical. A clank from the main room makes me freeze. I whirl around, heart hammering, but no one's there. Possibly a guard delivering the promised meal, though they haven't called me out. Cautious, I inch back into the main chamber. On the table sits a wooden tray laden with a bowl of watery stew and a hunk of bread that looks marginally fresh. A single cup of water rests beside it, no guard in sight. Whoever delivered this managed to vanish in the span of a few heartbeats. I glance at the door, still locked. The fortress likely has no shortage of cunning ways to slip in and out undetected. The presence of the meal intensifies the emptiness gnawing at my belly. My instincts scream it could be poisoned, but would Zelith bother? If he wanted me dead, a single nod would suffice. Cautiously I sniff the stew. Smells bland, but not off. My stomach snarls. With a resigned sigh, I sink into the chair and set to devouring it. Every swallow soothes the rawness in my throat. The bread scrapes like sandpaper against my battered mouth, but I force it down, ignoring the throbbing in my cheek. As I eat, I replay the conversation with Zelith in my head. My hatred for the Dark Elves stands, but something about him sets my nerves on edge in ways beyond mere revulsion. He doesn't posture like typical nobility. He wields quiet authority, an air of detachment that's almost more terrifying than outright cruelty. I can't help wondering what it means. This exile he supposedly endures, this tension with the council. If it's real, I might exploit it. Or perhaps he'll exploit me first. I gulp the last of the water, wincing at the dryness in my throat. The tray now empty, I push it aside and slump back in the chair. My body begs for rest, but my mind refuses to settle. This fortress is a labyrinth of secrets, and I'm trapped at its heart. I need to find a way out, or a way to secure the freedom of my remaining allies. Time drags. The flickering torch on the wall casts dancing shadows. My eyelids grow heavy despite my adrenaline. The events of the day crash over me all at once. The hours of fighting, the betrayal that led us to be ambushed, the chaotic retreat, and finally the humiliating capture. A tidal wave of weariness lulls me, but I fight it as best I can. I shouldn't sleep. I need to plan. But my body has its limits. Slowly I feel the tension slipping from my muscles, replaced by an all-encompassing exhaustion. Maybe a brief rest, just to gather my strength. I shift in the chair, wrists still bound, chain drooping off the side. My head throbs, and I close my eyes with a shaky exhale. Memories flash, the farmland at dawn, golden fields where families once toiled under the lash. The moment I raised the rebel banner, hearts alight with hope, the sickening realization that we were surrounded. The clash of blades, screams, smoke. I drift, half lost in the swirl of images. Through the haze, one thought remains clear. I am not done fighting. Not until every last chain in this cursed city is broken, including my own. Eventually, I succumb to a fitful doze, posture slumped, arms stiff. The fortress hums around me like a living beast, waiting, watching. And in that uneasy darkness, my anger burns like a coal, refusing to die.
Chapter 2. Zelith. I stand on the upper balcony of Perthos fortress, watching the last of the daylight bleed across the horizon. Beneath me, the courtyard is a mess of broken bodies and shattered hopes. I can still smell the blood on the wind, sharp and metallic. Dozens of human rebels were dragged through these gates earlier, their pitiful attempts at liberation crushed before they truly began. My attention lingers on one rebel in particular, Lysandra Riven. Even from a distance, I could sense her defiance. I saw it in the way she refused to lower her head, the way her eyes burned with hatred as the guards forced her onto her knees. She's different from the usual rabble, the ones who shrink when confronted with our power. I've encountered enough human rebels to know real spirit is rare. So many fight out of desperation, fear, or basic survival. Few possess the raw will that Lysandra radiates. I press my palms against the carved stone railing and let my gaze rove over the courtyard. Torches sputter to life along the fortress walls. Soldiers stride past, boots crunching on gravelly stone. They toss bodies into carts headed for the pyres. A memory surfaces, an image of Lysandra's furious glare when I saw her up close. Such a potent blend of pride and recklessness. If the Dark Elf Council has its way, she won't live to see another dawn. But perhaps I have a say in that. A quiet step behind me signals the arrival of someone I know well. Auroran, a noble of lesser birth who's made herself useful since I returned to Perthos. She halts a respectful distance away, her violet eyes flicking to the courtyard and then back to me. "My prince," she says, her tone as refined as ever. "Shall I arrange additional guards for the rebel leader? The council grows impatient." I turn and cross my arms over my chest. The council is always impatient. If they had their way, Lysandra Riven would be headless by now, displayed on a pike in the city square. Yerorin lowers her gaze, but not her chin, a subtle mark of caution. She's fully aware I outrank her by birth, exile or not. They believe it necessary to quell further uprisings. I consider that. Perhaps, but I have other plans. She lifts an eyebrow. "The king's men speak of your potential reinstatement if you comply with their demands. Bringing them Lysandra's head is the quickest path to regaining your title, my prince." A faint edge creeps into my voice. So they'd like me to betray what I stand for. Again. Strange how they're so eager to pretend my exile never happened. Auroran doesn't argue. She understands the precarious game I play. I was once a favored son in the Dark Elf court with influence that spread far beyond Perthos. One misstep, a so-called act of treason, landed me here, an outcast in my own domain. The council uses me when it suits them, but half of them would thrust a blade between my ribs the second they no longer need me. I return my attention to the courtyard. "What is Lysandra's condition now?" I ask softly. "She's detained in the lesser hall. Guards reported she's bruised but still combative." Auroran tilts her head. "Did you speak with her already?" "Yes," I admit. The memory stirs something in my chest, an odd mix of amusement and respect. "She's interesting." Auroran's lips part, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. "You've rarely shown interest in human prisoners before. Is she truly that valuable?" I turn to face her fully. My skin is the color of polished obsidian, etched with silver war sigils that mark my noble lineage. I sense her gaze flick down my arms, lingering on those symbols. "I have my reasons," I answer. She waits, but I offer no further explanation. Eventually, she inclines her head in acquiescence. "Shall I see to her accommodations?" "No, I'll handle that. Just ensure the guards maintain a respectful distance. I don't want her beaten or harassed unnecessarily." "As you wish." Auroran's tone remains polite, but a flash of confusion crosses her features. She, like many others, probably wonders why I care. Human rebels are commonly treated as vermin. Show them any mercy and they'll bite your hand, or so the court believes. Yet Lysandra's anger doesn't strike me as the mindless rage of a starving peasant. It has purpose, intelligence. In another life, she might have been a formidable ally, or a formidable rival. For now, she's my captive, and I intend to discover exactly what motivates her. I dismiss Auroran with a quick nod. She bows slightly, then glides away, steps fading into the corridor. Alone again, I lean against the balcony rail and survey the city lights beyond the fortress walls. Perthos is expansive, built along the Turian River Delta. The farmland that feeds it stretches out in neat, regimented plots, worked by human hands. Perhaps that's why Lysandra chose this city for her rebellion, an abundance of slaves and a milder brand of oppression than the truly savage enclaves. She must have believed it was the best place to ignite a spark of hope. A lost cause, obviously. Yet a small part of me admires her audacity. I push away from the railing, stepping back into the fortress's interior. The corridor is lined with tapestries depicting hunts led by dark elven nobility, gods, kings, and warriors. Their stories are told in bold swirls of color: silver, midnight blue, deep crimson. My footsteps echo on the polished floor. Soon I pass a pair of guards flanking a heavy door that leads to the main hall. They snap to attention at my approach. "All quiet, my prince," one ventures, uncertain if I welcome conversation. "For now," I say curtly. Then I continue on, descending a winding staircase that leads to a network of smaller corridors. The fortress is a maze of chambers, storerooms, private suites for visiting nobles, and hidden passages that date back to the city's founding. I know most of them. My old rank once gave me full run of Perthos. Even in exile, my knowledge of these secret halls remains valuable. That's partly why the council hasn't ordered my execution outright. I'm more useful alive. Another reason is my ability to manipulate shadow magic, though it's stunted without official sanction from the Dark Elf priesthood. They made certain of that when they stripped me of certain rights. Still, I've retained enough skill to be dangerous in my own right. I enter a side chamber where I keep a personal stash of documents. The room is sparsely furnished. A single desk, a chair, a large trunk stuffed with half-burned records from my old estate. A single torch flickers on the wall, revealing swirling dust motes in the air. Dropping onto the chair, I rummage through a stack of parchments detailing local farmland yields, guard rotations, and the city's defense spells. Lysandra and her rebels nearly managed to sabotage those wards earlier. Impressive. A moment longer, and parts of Perthos's farmland might have gone up in flames, crippling the city's food supply. My eyes drift to the corner of the desk, where an official missive from the council rests. They want a swift public execution of every rebel, starting with Lysandra. They claim it will set an example. Another note from King Throsh's inner circle suggests reinstating some of my privileges if I comply, hinting at the possibility of restoring my formal title. I feel a faint sneer tug at my lips. Do they truly believe I'd grovel for scraps after they exiled me? My exile taught me to value what little freedom remains in this rigid society. Groveling is for the spineless. Still, the notion of power has its allure. If I brought them Lysandra's severed head, I could barter for more influence. Enough to usurp the local nobility, perhaps. But something about that path rings hollow. She's too intriguing to dispose of. She possesses a magnetism even in her battered state, an inner force that resonates with my own rebellious streak against the council. If she could gather so many humans under her leadership, maybe there's a way to harness that fervor. Not to mention, I sense something pulsing beneath her bravado. A hidden strength, maybe not pure magic, but the potential that's unusual for a human. I'd prefer to unravel that mystery rather than snuff it out. A rap on the doorframe jolts me from my thoughts. One of my loyal guards, a Razian, stands at the threshold. He's short by Dark Elf standards, but broad-shouldered and fiercely devoted. One of the few I trust not to rat me out to the council at the first sign of trouble. "My prince, they've taken the rebel woman to a small chamber off the lesser hall, as you instructed." He keeps his voice low, respectful. "She's had some food. No major incidents, besides cursing at a few guards." A faint smile tugs at my mouth. I'd expect no less from her. I tap my fingers on the desk. What do the others say? Razian's expression darkens. Many want to watch her suffer. They lost comrades in the farmland battle. They speak of demanding a blood price. The council's supporters especially clamor for her execution. I resist a weary sigh. Hatred runs deep here. Humans are widely regarded as lesser creatures, suitable only for labor or entertainment. Lysandra's rebellion chipped at that narrative, prompting fear among my kin. They can clamor all they like, I say. I'm not finished with her. Razian inclines his head. Understood, my prince. Shall I move her to one of the dungeons? No. I tap the parchment in front of me. The lesser chamber is fine for now. I'll speak with her again soon, see if she's ready to be cooperative. He studies me briefly, then nods. I'll ensure no one disturbs you. Without further comment, he turns and exits, footsteps receding. I gather my papers, thinking about Lysandra's defiance. A small, reckless part of me aches to see just how far she can push before she breaks. Another part, more pragmatic, wonders if we can reach an agreement. She doesn't have to love me or my people, but if her goals align with my private ambitions, well, there could be a mutually beneficial path. Standing, I extinguish the torch. The corridor outside is lit well enough by mounted sconces. My boots echo on the stone as I retrace my route, eventually arriving at a side door that leads toward the wing of the fortress where Lysandra is kept. A pair of guards stiffen at my approach. One glances at the chain coiled at his hip, as if expecting me to request it. I shake my head and step past them without a word. The hall beyond is narrow, flickering with subdued torchlight that gleams on polished black stone. My footsteps slow as I near the wooden door with swirling runes etched along the frame. I can hear faint rustling inside, movement, perhaps the scrape of a chair's leg on the floor. My hand hovers over the latch. I hesitate. Normally, I'd stride in confidently, but something about Lysandra's presence demands a more careful approach. She's dangerous in her own way, though it's not necessarily physical strength that concerns me. Her sharp tongue and unyielding spirit could rally others if given half a chance. I exhale softly, remembering how she glared at me earlier. That gaze, filled with contempt, challenged me to do my worst. It's rare that anyone dares confront me so openly, especially a mere human. Oddly enough, I admire it. A smile twists my lips. I press down on the latch. The wards recognize my magical signature, allowing me entry without triggering any alarms or traps. The door opens on silent hinges, revealing a small chamber lit by a single torch bracketed on the wall. She sits on a wooden chair, wrists still shackled together by a short chain. Her dark hair, tangled with streaks of dried blood, frames a face set in stubborn lines. Storm-gray eyes snap to me the moment I enter, narrowing in open hostility. I note the fresh bruise on her cheek, the tension in her posture. The remains of a meal rest on the table nearby. I shut the door behind me and move a few steps closer. "You're awake," she snorts. "Hard to sleep when you expect a blade at your throat any second." I arch a brow, crossing my arms. "You're at my mercy. If I wanted you dead, you would be." Her gaze flicks to the walls. "Maybe you enjoy the game too much to end it quickly." I don't deny it. She's not entirely wrong. "How are your wounds?" I ask, letting my eyes travel over her bruises. I note the scab on her forearm and the stiffness in her left shoulder. A bitter laugh escapes her. "Oh, so concerned. I'm touched." "You can be stubborn all you like. It won't expedite your release." I keep my voice quiet, measured, stepping around the table to stand opposite her. She shakes her head, dark hair brushing her collarbone. "Release isn't on the table, is it?" "Perhaps." My answer is intentionally vague. "Depends on your cooperation." She leans forward, manacles clanking. "Let me guess. You want the locations of any other rebel groups, details on how we coordinated our attacks, the names of my allies. Once you have that, you'll kill me." There's no tremor in her voice, just cold anger. I consider her words. "That's what the council expects me to do." "Then why hesitate?" she demands, eyes narrowing. "Finish the job, like the rest of your kind would." I clasp my hands behind my back. I don't consider myself quite like the rest of my kind. Her gaze flicks over my arms, possibly noting the silver sigils. She's sharp enough to guess I'm nobility. "You're still a dark elf, still their prince." "An exiled prince," I remind her, letting a hint of steel enter my tone. "Removed from my rightful position. I'm here as a matter of necessity." She tilts her head, curiosity flickering across her features. "Exiled for what?" A smile ghosts across my lips. "Disagreements with the council. Let's leave it at that." She scoffs. Sounds like you're not as powerful as you pretend. That stings, though I refuse to show it. Power can take many forms, Lysandra. The Council's brand of authority relies on fear and subjugation, particularly of humans. But there are other ways to influence outcomes. She looks unconvinced. If you had real influence, you'd have your title back and wouldn't be skulking around a fortress at the edge of the farmland. I inhale a slow breath, reining in my temper. You speak as though you understand our politics. Let me give you a simpler perspective. I can help you survive. In return, I want something. Her jaw clenches. You want me to betray my people? Not necessarily. I'd rather you redirect your efforts in a more strategic manner. Your rebellion, as it stands, is doomed to fail. But if you had a powerful dark elf at your side, perhaps you could achieve some of your aims without being slaughtered in the process. She looks at me like I've sprouted horns. You're suggesting we work together? If it suits my interests as well, yes. I step nearer, resting a hand on the table's edge. Imagine a scenario where humans are granted better conditions. Fewer whippings, more autonomy in the farmland. In exchange, they quietly produce the goods the Council demands, without sabotage or revolt. Everyone benefits. Her nostrils flare in disbelief. So you think we'll settle for scraps of kindness? How gracious of you. We want freedom, not a slightly lighter chain. I hold her gaze. Full freedom isn't an option, not yet. You must realize that. Our system is entrenched. A direct assault on Perthos will fail every time. But if we chip away at the foundation, subtly from within, change might happen. She utters a humorless laugh. And you'd be the one chipping away? The exiled prince who can't even protect himself from his own court? My fists tighten behind my back. Careful, Lysandra. I may tolerate your bluntness for now, but I'm not beyond retribution. She doesn't flinch. For a moment, we lock eyes, tension humming between us. Then she leans back, exhaling. Fine. Suppose I entertain this idea. What do you get out of it? I flex my shoulders, rolling out the tension. A foothold in Perthos. Right now, the Council sees me as an inconvenience, useful for certain tasks, but unworthy of full reinstatement. If I can quell unrest while simultaneously consolidating the farmland's loyalty, I might regain enough leverage to stand against them. They'll need me more than they fear me. Her expression becomes guarded. Then you'd no longer be in exile. Exactly. The single word carries weight. It's my path to regaining lost honor and forging a new power base. She shifts in her seat, the chain rattling. And once you're restored, do you plan to tighten the yoke on humans again? I huff a short breath of amusement. You're quite cynical. With good reason, she mutters. Dark elves have lied before. I let a beat of silence stretch. You'll have to decide if I'm different. Her eyes narrow. Or you'll force me to comply. I meet her glare with my own unwavering stare. If force was my intention, I'd have you in the torture chambers by now, or tossed you to the Council's inquisitors. I straighten up. I'd prefer a willing arrangement, if that's even possible. She studies me, wariness etched into every line of her posture. For a moment, let's say I believe you. How do I know you won't hand me over the second I outlive my usefulness? Trust is earned, not demanded, I reply. And yes, perhaps I'll betray you if it suits me, just as you might plunge a knife in my back if you get the chance. She smirks, the faintest curl of her lips. You're refreshingly honest for a lord. Honesty comes easily when both sides know the stakes. I gesture at her manacles. Let me make this simpler. If you help me stabilize Perthos from the inside, tempering the rebellion enough to keep the Council off my back while giving humans a better chance at survival, I'll ensure your people aren't slaughtered in mass purges. That's more than they'd get without my involvement. She's silent, likely weighing her options. When she finally speaks, Her voice wavers between skepticism and reluctant curiosity. You're offering me a lesser evil for a glimmer of hope. I'm not sure if I hate you or admire the audacity. I shrug one shoulder. Feel as you wish. The outcome remains the same. She exhales, glancing away. A moment passes, the quiet broken only by the sputter of the torch. I sense the conflict roiling within her, self-preservation warring with loyalty to her cause. Perhaps she wonders if she can manipulate me as well, turning my plan against the council. The possibility that we might be using each other in a precarious dance doesn't bother me. If it yields the result I want, so be it. Eventually, she looks at me again. I'll need time to think. I don't trust you. I don't even like you. That's fair, I say calmly. I don't need your affection, just your cooperation. She tenses as if remembering her injuries. Then at least allow me to recover properly. I won't be much help if I'm half dead. I gesture toward her forearm, where a gash scabs over. I can arrange better medical supplies, maybe even a small measure of comfort for the time being. Consider it a gesture of good faith. A bitter laugh escapes her. Good faith from a dark elf. Quite the oxymoron. I ignore the slight, stepping back. Rest, Lysandra. You'll find I'm a patient man, but not infinitely so. I eye the raw skin circling her wrists. The manacles have done their job. I'll have those removed soon, provided you don't try to stab the first soldier you see. She lifts her shackled hands, bitterness twisting her features. Maybe I'll wait until the second soldier. Despite myself, I huff a quiet sound, something that might be humor if I allowed it. If you demonstrate a modicum of restraint, I'll ensure no one touches you without my approval. Her tone sharpens. I don't need your protection. You do, I counter, voice darkening. This fortress is filled with elves who love nothing more than to settle their grudges on your flesh. I'm the only thing standing between you and them. She flinches, a shadow crossing her gaze, but her response is a defiant lift of her chin. I'll handle myself. I admire her resolve, though it borders on reckless pride. Then do so wisely. I have a meeting with one of the council's envoys tonight. In the meantime, I'll send a healer and additional supplies to tend your wounds. Her lips press into a thin line. She doesn't say thank you. That would be too far. I don't expect it anyway. When I turn to leave, the scrape of the chair against the floor tells me she's shifting, perhaps trying to stand. I pause with my hand on the door latch. Zelith, she calls, voice rough. That's your name, right? Yes. I glance over my shoulder. She studies my silhouette in the torchlight. Why are you exiled? A moment passes and I consider how to answer. Finally, I give a low shrug. I refused to kill someone the council deemed a threat. They labeled it treason. Her stormy eyes flicker with something resembling understanding. Or maybe just curiosity. So you've defied your own people before? In a manner of speaking, I admit. Be careful, Lysandra. In my world, defiance comes at a steep cost. Without waiting for a response, I slip out, shutting the door behind me. My footsteps echo in the corridor, and I feel the tension sliding from my shoulders. Adrenaline still thrums in my veins. Conversation with her is like a dance, each word a feint or parry. She's exactly the spark I need to shake up Perthos, and I'm exactly the shield she requires to stay alive. If we can maintain this precarious alliance, it might lead somewhere interesting. As I make my way through the labyrinthine halls, I mull the possibilities. The council wants results. The farmland must be pacified. If Lysandra cooperates, we can orchestrate a scenario where humans produce what the city needs, without rebellion flaring into open conflict. That might buy me the leverage to reclaim my standing, or crush the council from within if I choose. I pass groups of soldiers, ignoring their salutes. They give me a wide berth, half in respect, half in fear. My exile status doesn't change the fact that I'm still dangerous, still a noble with hidden influence. Let them whisper behind my back. Let them wonder what I'm planning. Descending another staircase, I step into a wide corridor that leads toward the fortress's western wing. Here, the stone changes color slightly, a relic of earlier construction. Gaps in the architecture reveal dim corners, potential hiding spots. I've used them before. The memory draws a small grin to my lips. At the corridor's end stands a locked door bearing the crest of House Ferranthi, my house. It's a stylized serpent coiled around a sword. Once upon a time, that symbol commanded respect across Protheca. Now, many views it as a sign of a disgraced line. I push the door open, entering my private chambers. The space is austere by noble standards. A single large bed, a wardrobe filled with dark attire, and a circular window overlooking the city's lights. I discard my armor piece by piece, unbuckling the intricate clasps at my shoulders and waist. Underneath, I wear a fitted tunic that clings to my form, marked with faint traces of dried blood. Someone else's, or maybe my own from earlier scuffles. Setting the armor aside, I stand by the window. The city glimmers in the distance, lanterns casting a soft glow on the winding streets. My reflection in the glass reveals my obsidian features, angular cheekbones, and silver hair tumbling in loose waves around my shoulders. The war sigils on my arms catch the moonlight, a tangible reminder of my noble birth. Yet regardless of how often I see that reflection, I can't shake the sense of displacement. I'm here in a fortress that should be under my command, but in truth I'm an intruder in my own kingdom, the council's puppet, or so they think. I press a hand against the cold glass. Thoughts drift back to Lysandra, tied up in that chamber. She's a wild card, one I can't fully predict but can't dismiss either. She could be my greatest triumph or my downfall. A low chuckle escapes me, humorless and dark. What is it about her that's so compelling? The defiance, yes, but there's also a sense of an untapped power within her. The way she looked at me, unbroken despite her injuries, suggests she might do more than just survive. I spin away from the window, heading toward a small cabinet where I keep a pitcher of water and a goblet. Pouring myself a drink, I mull over how best to handle the council's envoy tonight. They'll demand proof that I've subdued the rebels. Perhaps I'll imply that Lysandra is already giving me information. Let them believe we're on the cusp of stamping out the last embers of resistance. Of course, it's a delicate balancing act. If they suspect I'm withholding details, like my plan to use Lysandra for my own ends, they might turn on me quickly. Then again, I've maneuvered through these intrigues before. My exile taught me caution. Sipping the water, I pace to my desk. A single candle burns there, illuminating scattered notes. I scratch out a few lines of strategy, detailing a plausible explanation for how I plan to re-educate the prisoners. Words that the council wants to hear, but will serve as a cover for what I'm truly aiming to achieve. A subtle shift in the power dynamic, one that benefits me, and maybe spares more humans from the slaughter. It's risky. But risk is the one language the council respects. They fear what they can't control, and they don't fully control me. Or Lysandra. A rap at the door breaks my concentration. Rosian's voice calls from the corridor. My prince, the council envoy has arrived. I blow out the candle, smirking at the darkness. Very well. As I cross the threshold of my room, I steal one last glance at my reflection in the window. I look calm, composed, every inch the poised dark elf prince. Inside, tension coils in my stomach. The night's negotiations will be challenging, but I'm no stranger to deception. Let the games begin. I'll bend the council to my advantage. I'll keep Lysandra breathing, for now, and I'll see if this unusual alliance can forge a path neither side expects. With a final exhale, I step into the corridor, ready to face whatever demands the envoy throws at me. No matter what, I refuse to bow to a fate others have chosen. This is my domain to reclaim, and Lysandra may well be the key piece I need. She thinks she's the only one dancing with danger. She's mistaken. We both stand on a razor's edge, balancing between ambition and destruction. For me, that edge is exactly where I thrive.
Chapter 3. Lysandra. I wake to the slam of a door reverberating through the walls. My head throbs, and my eyes feel gritty from the restless half-sleep that's become my reality since my capture. For a moment, I think I'm still in the smaller chamber off the lesser hall, but then I realise I'm being dragged upright by 2 dark elf guards, each gripping one of my arms. My wrists remain manacled. The chain between them rattles, a too familiar sound. "Get up!" One guard snarls, his voice dripping with impatience. He's not the same soldier who escorted me before. This man's features are sharper, his hair pulled back in a severe knot at the crown of his head. Everything about him screams arrogance and disdain. "We have orders to present you for official judgment." I blink to clear my vision. There's barely time to get my bearings. The room around me is cramped, with a single guttering torch in a wall sconce. My memory kicks into gear. After Prince Zelith left me alone, tempting me with hints of a twisted alliance. Someone must have moved me here, though I was too exhausted to register it. My shoulder aches, my side throbs, and my cheeks burn with the grime of dried sweat and blood. I try to stand on my own, but my knees threaten to give. One guard tightens his grip to hold me steady, though his actions are anything but gentle. "Pathetic," he spits. I clench my teeth. "Watch your mouth." He responds by hauling me along without another word. I don't have the strength to fight it, so I fix my gaze forward, determined not to show any more weakness than necessary. I'm still in the fortress. That much is obvious. The walls are the same polished black stone, etched with faint runic carvings that glow at intervals. Torches flicker, casting elongated shadows. The corridor seems to stretch forever. My stomach twists. Official judgment. This has to be the public spectacle I've been dreading. The entire reason I waged this rebellion was to prevent more human bloodshed, and now here I am, about to be paraded in front of dark elf officials who crave my head on a platter. The chain tugs painfully at my wrists as the guards force me into a stairwell. We descend, then take a sharp turn into a larger corridor. Doors line either side, and I glimpse uniformed elves sweeping through them with purposeful strides. Some carry scrolls, others are armed with slender swords. It's a hive of activity, and I can almost taste the tension in the air. I catch bits of hushed conversations as we pass. "The humans are in disarray. We should execute. Prince Zelith has some plan, but the council. The farmland yields can't drop any lower. None of it bodes well for me or my people." The guards lead me to a set of tall double doors inscribed with swirling serpent motifs. They swing open at our approach, revealing a wide antechamber. The space is lit by chandeliers shaped like coiled serpents, each holding a cluster of mana-fueled lights. The glow bathes the floor in an eerie luminescence, creating serpentine shadows that glide over the polished stone. A handful of dark elves stand waiting, dressed in finely tailored robes or armour inlaid with precious metals. I recognise none of them specifically, but their bearing marks them as individuals of influence, lesser officials or courtiers perhaps. They watch me with open contempt. Whispers ripple through them as I'm dragged to the centre of the chamber. My guards wrench my arms behind my back, forcing me to bow my head. Heat floods my face, rage, shame, exhaustion. I want to spit at their feet, but I swallow the urge. Pride has to take a back seat to survival, at least for this moment. "Lysandra Riven," announces a female elf with sleek silver hair coiled in an elaborate arrangement. Her robes are embroidered with metallic threads that glint like spider silk in the chandelier's light. She steps forward, posture regal. "You stand accused of inciting rebellion, attacking Perthos farmland, and shedding dark elf blood in the name of human insurrection." I lift my gaze, refusing to keep it pinned to the floor. "I stand for freedom, something your kind might not understand." Freedom, she echoes, a cold curve to her lips. We gave you farmland to work, sustenance to survive, and you repay us with violence. Typical human ingratitude. My blood boils. Ingratitude. My voice reverberates in the sudden hush. You force us to break our backs in the fields while your overseers whip anyone who can't keep pace. You call that generosity? She narrows her eyes, but before she can retort, another official speaks up, a dark-skinned elf with a gold signet ring flashing on his finger. Your crimes are clear, and our laws demand swift justice. Typically, the penalty for such treason is death by public execution. Yet... He glances at a parchment in his hand, then flicks a condescending look my way. Prince Zelith has intervened. He claims you for his personal holding. My heart jolts. What? The female official crosses her arms. It appears Prince Zelith has a vested interest in you. He insists that your life should be spared for now, pending additional interrogation or strategic use. I taste bitterness on my tongue. Strategic use. I can guess what that means. Some twisted scheme that benefits him or staves off the council's wrath. He's already dangled that possibility in front of me, but hearing it announced publicly, as though I'm property, makes my hands clench around the manacles. Are you telling me, I say, voice low and trembling with anger, that I'm to be his slave now? One of the elves snorts. Slave, pet, prisoner, call it what you will. The details hardly matter. The weight of those words slams into me. I was braced for a formal execution, but this... The notion of being owned by a dark elf is almost worse. My vision blurs for a heartbeat, and I inhale slowly, focusing on controlling my reaction. If I lash out recklessly, these officials might override Zelith's claim and kill me on the spot. And that would leave the rest of my people without any hope of rescue or negotiation. This arrangement, the gold-ringed elf continues, is provisional. Prince Zelith must produce results. If you fail to cooperate, or if your presence incites further chaos, the council will override his claim. You will be executed, along with any other humans who dare lift a hand against us. The ultimatum hangs in the air. My pulse pounds in my ears. I'm trapped in a no-win situation. Either I keep dancing to Zelith's tune or lose my head, and condemn many others to death. That vile official with the gold ring gestures for the guards to haul me forward. I'm forced to stand in the centre of a raised platform, as if I'm on display. The room's occupants form a semicircle around me, their eyes gleaming with perverse fascination. The female elf steps close, enough that I catch the faint scent of lavender perfume clinging to her robes. The arrangement is simple, she says crisply. Prince Zelith claims you. In return, he ensures your compliance. If he fails, you die. A murmur of agreement goes through the assembly. I feel an overwhelming urge to shout curses, but I bite my tongue. Instead, I glare at the official. I see you're all too cowardly to kill me yourselves. Her lips twist in a sneer. We spare you for one reason only, to serve our prince's aims. Should you disappoint him, I assure you, there are plenty among us who'd relish your public execution. Ice slides down my spine, but I keep my voice steady. Let Zelith know I won't kneel. She laughs softly. That little rebel is between you and him. She gestures to the guards, and they yank me back off the platform, chaining my wrists together once more. My shoulders scream in protest at the rough treatment. Before they can drag me away, I fix one more look at the gathered officials. The air thrums with their collective smugness. They're confident I'm nothing but a pawn. Freedom versus power. Those words churn in my mind. I fought for freedom, for my people's right to live without shackles. Now, ironically, I'm surviving because Zelith wields enough influence to keep me as his asset. My pride rails against it. I'd rather die on my feet. Yet my survival might be the only thing that keeps the rest of my rebels from total annihilation. If I can maneuver carefully, maybe I can still help them. The guards shove me onward, and I stagger from the momentum. My thoughts spin, the magnitude of the situation threatening to crush me. I was certain I'd be sentenced to death or made a public spectacle, but Zelith's claim changes everything. He's painted a target on my back, but also given me a narrow path to breathe another day. They lead me out of the antechamber and down another corridor. My head throbs with each step, and the clank of chains resonates through my skull. I have no idea where they're taking me now. Perhaps back to the lesser hall, or maybe some new holding cell. The fortress is a labyrinth of stone corridors and guarded thresholds, each more intimidating than the last. We reach a long arched hallway, lined with tall windows. The sky outside is a dusky twilight. I see glimpses of Perthos city below, rows of stone buildings, narrow streets lit by enchanted lanterns. Further out, farmland stretches, though darkness swallows most details. A pang hits me at the memory of my rebel allies out there somewhere, scattered or dead. One guard unlocks a heavy wooden door that creaks open to reveal a modest suite. A single window high on the wall, a narrow bed, a small table with a basin. Hardly luxurious, but it's not a dungeon cell either. They shove me inside, and I catch myself against the table to avoid landing face first on the floor. The door slams shut behind me. I test the handle, locked of course. My wrists are still cuffed, the chain's weight adding to my frustration. I slump onto the edge of the bed, trying to ease the throbbing in my limbs. My side pulses like a raw wound. Blood seeps through the bandage I hastily tied there sometime after the battle. I grimace, pressing a hand against it to stem the oozing. A swirl of questions besieges me. Where is Zelith now? Does he know they've dragged me before those officials, forced me to hear the council's terms? Likely he orchestrated it, part of his grand plan to maintain ownership of me in the eyes of the lesser court. My lips curl in disgust. Time drags. The window's faint glow fades from grey to black. My stomach twists with hunger, and my head pounds from dehydration. Eventually, I lie down on the narrow bed, staring at the ceiling. The fortress hums with distant activity. Footsteps in halls, low voices, doors slamming. I can't shake the feeling that I'm a trophy behind glass, waiting for my captor to check on me. Freedom versus power. The phrase echoes in my mind again, and I recall how fervently I've always believed that humans deserve to live without chains. That's the freedom I've fought for, risked my life for. Now, ironically, I'm harnessing the power of an exiled prince, an enemy, to stay alive. It stings my conscience like a fresh wound. A metallic scrape startles me. The door swings open, and in steps a figure holding a small lantern. My body tenses, bracing for more scorn. But it's not one of the haughty officials from earlier. It's a middle-aged human in a threadbare tunic and breeches, shoulders bowed under an invisible weight. His features are lined with exhaustion, grey hair thinning at the temples. A servant, probably. Good evening, mistress, he says quietly, eyes downcast. I fight a wave of embarrassment that he's calling me mistress when I'm shackled. Who are you? He steps further in, setting the lantern on the table. My name's Halrin. I work here in the fortress, under the directive of House Varanthe. The prince asked me to tend to your injuries. I sit up, wincing at a stab of pain in my side. He did he? My voice drips with skepticism. Zelith is pulling strings behind the scenes. Another reminder that he has enough clout to assign me a caretaker. Halrin clears his throat, rummaging in a small satchel. I'm no physician, but I've learned some basic healing. Let me see what I can do for you, or he'll have my hide. You don't have to worry about me attacking you. I hold out my wrists. The chains aren't exactly conducive to strangling. He offers a shaky laugh that holds no real mirth. Then he takes a step closer, glancing at the bloodstain on my side. "You're wounded there?" I nod, swallowing a lump of pride. "Crossbow graze. I tried to wrap it, but it keeps tearing open. It's humiliating to be this vulnerable, but at least I'm being looked after by a fellow human, someone who might empathise, however silently." Halren sets down the satchel, pulling out bandages, a small jar of salve, and a flask of what smells like diluted alcohol. "I'll clean it first. Best brace yourself. It might sting." I clench the bed frame with my bound hands and let him lift the ragged edge of my tunic. The moment the alcohol touches my torn flesh, pain lances through me. I hiss, muscles rigid. Tears blur my vision for a second, but I blink them away. Halren mutters an apology under his breath. "It's all right," I grind out. "Do what you must." He works quickly, applying a layer of salve that smells of bitter herbs, then wrapping fresh bandages around my abdomen. His hands are careful, deft, as though he's done this many times for others. I don't doubt it. The fortress must house plenty of battered slaves. "Thank you," I manage once the bandage is secure. It's the first kindness I've received in a while, even if it's forced by Zelith's command. Halren sets aside the supplies. He produces a small bowl of stew, covered by a cloth. "He also said to bring you this. I didn't know if you'd be awake. It's not fancy, but it's hot." My stomach gurgles at the scent. I recall the watery soup from before, my only sustenance since the battle. Hunger gnaws at me. "Thank you," I repeat, more softly this time. He lowers his gaze, stepping back. "I'm to check on you again tomorrow. If you need anything else, well, I'm not sure how much I can provide, but I'll try." Before I can respond, he bows, an unnecessary gesture that makes my chest ache, and leaves, lantern in hand. The door locks once more, plunging me into semi-darkness. One torch on the wall offers minimal light. I exhale, running a shaky hand through my tangled hair. Reaching for the stew, I realise I still have to manoeuvre awkwardly because of the chain. It clinks as I lift the bowl to my mouth, sipping the lukewarm liquid. The taste is bland, but I devour it anyway, each mouthful staving off a little of the emptiness in my belly. Afterward, I lie back again, trying to process the whirlwind of this night. I was hauled in front of lesser officials who seemed gleeful at my predicament. Then they dropped the bombshell. I'm spared from execution because Prince Zelith claimed me. It's a humiliating predicament, but it also means I'm alive, a small mercy when so many others have perished. Freedom versus power. The theme resonates louder now. I wanted the power to free my people, but power in Protheka isn't something humans possess in abundance. Dark elves guard it fiercely. Now one of their own, a disgraced prince, holds the key to my immediate survival. A strangled laugh escapes me. If anyone had told me a week ago that my fate would hinge on an exiled elf's whims, I would have spat in their face. Yet here I am, forced to consider whether I can use Zelith's interest to protect the remaining rebels. My eyelids droop, heaviness sinking into my limbs. Pain and weariness tug me toward sleep. I let out a trembling breath, determined to stay alert. But the day's events, the scuffle in the antechamber, the reopened wound are too much. At some point I doze. My dreams are restless. Images of farmland aflame, the faces of fallen comrades, the echoing laughter of dark elves. Then a swirl of silver hair and a low voice that wraps around me like a snare. Zelith. He stands in a pool of shadows, beckoning me forward, offering a hand. I want to slash at him, but his presence draws me closer. I jerk awake, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. My surroundings remain the same, a cramped suite with dull torchlight. The stew bowl sits empty on the table. My side throbs dully, but the bandage holds. The chain is still locked around my wrists. I rub at the sore spots, wincing. Somewhere outside, bells toll quietly, maybe marking the hour. Could be midnight, or close to it. My mouth feels parched, so I shuffle to the table where a clay pitcher of water waits. When I tip it to drink, the chain rattles again, a mocking accompaniment to my every move. I won't remain like this forever. The thought surges through me. If Zelith has singled me out, then perhaps I can find a way to exploit his interest. He wants to leverage me against the council. Fine. I can pretend to cooperate if it means gaining the upper hand later. My rebellion might be splintered, but not extinct. I owe it to the survivors to keep fighting, even if that fight takes a far more subtle shape now. I swallow a mouthful of water, letting the cool liquid soothe my dry throat. Catalyst. That's what Zelith is. My entire trajectory has shifted from a direct battle for freedom to this precarious dance of alliances. It's not what I wanted, but it's what I have. And if I must sacrifice a piece of my pride for a chance to protect those who remain, I'll do it, so long as I never lose sight of the goal. I sink onto the bed again, trying not to jostle my wounded side. My thoughts churn, refusing to settle. I recall the female official's sneering face in the antechamber, the hush that fell when they revealed Zelith's claim. The memory sends a flicker of something like relief through me, an odd reaction. Perhaps because their hostility was overshadowed by the knowledge that I still draw breath. In the gloom, I think about what my next move should be. Maybe I'll demand an audience with Zelith, push him for details of his so-called plan. If he wants me as a piece on his board, I'll make sure the terms benefit me, and by extension, any rebels left out there. I refuse to roll over meekly and become his toy. My fingers curl around the chain. The cold metal presses into my skin, a constant reminder of my current powerlessness. But I hold on to the spark of defiance that carried me through the battlefield and into this fortress. If the day ever comes that I stand over these dark elves, free of these shackles, I'll remember exactly how it felt to be in chains. Time crawls. I hear distant footsteps again, but they fade quickly. No one comes. I slip into another bout of restless dozing, drifting in and out of shallow sleep. The fortress never truly quiets. Every so often, raised voices or armour clanking jars me awake. At some point, perhaps early morning, the door finally opens. Light from the corridor spills in, momentarily blinding me. I scramble to sit up, blinking. 2 guards step inside, accompanied by a robed elf who carries a coil of parchment and a quill. She regards me briefly, then gestures to the guards. "Stand her up." They yank me to my feet, ignoring my hiss of pain. The robed elf raises an eyebrow, as though noting my battered condition with mild interest. "Time for a formal record. The council wants it documented that you've been claimed by Prince Zelith under provisional authority. You will confirm this, or face immediate sentencing." My throat constricts. Sentencing, meaning a swift execution, no doubt. My pulse trips, but I nod stiffly. "Fine, confirm it." She unrolls the parchment on the table, smoothing its surface. "Do you swear," her tone carries a mocking lilt, "that you are held in the custody of Prince Zelith Verenthi, under penalty of death should you attempt escape or further rebellion within these walls?" I clench my teeth. I don't exactly have a choice, do I? She merely waits, quill poised. One guard tightens his grip on my arm. I suck in a breath, tasting humiliation like bile. "Yes," I manage through gritted teeth. "I'm in his custody." The robed elf scratches notes onto the parchment, the quill's rasp deafening in the hush. Then she lifts her gaze. "Once he finalises the claim, you'll be relocated to quarters of his choosing. Until then, you remain here." With that, she rolls up the parchment and strides out, the guards trailing behind. The door slams shut once more, leaving me trembling with anger. They've just forced me to acknowledge myself as belonging to Zelith in official records. My arms shake with the need to punch something, but I can't risk more punishment right now. I slump against the bed frame, panting lightly from the emotional toll. My body is exhausted, and my mind churns with 1,000 conflicting emotions. Pride wars with the urge to survive. Rage battles faint relief that I'm not dead yet. And above all, a burning conviction that I can't let them break me. Freedom versus power. The fortress's dark corridors loom in my mind's eye, a labyrinth of manipulation and cruelty. If Zelith truly sees me as a means to an end, then I'll be the sharpest blade in his arsenal, one he can't easily turn against me without cutting himself. If I'm careful, maybe there's a path to help the remnants of my rebellion. Eventually, I collapse onto the narrow bed, forcing my eyes shut. Sleep is the only way to quiet the roar of conflicting thoughts. For better or worse, I've been singled out by Prince Zelith. My fate is now intertwined with his ambitions. It's a terrifying prospect, yet it's also the catalyst that might save me from immediate death. Despite the dread pooling in my stomach, a grim resolve settles over me. If I must bend slightly to survive, I'll do it with a blade hidden behind my back. One day, these chains will fall away, and I will ensure every sacrifice I've made leads to the freedom we deserve. That promise echoes in my head as I drift, half aware of the fortress stirring around me, half lost in the swirling tide of exhaustion. Tomorrow, I'll face Zelith again, and the real game will begin. I won't allow him to, or any other dark elf, decide my fate without a fight.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Perthos are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Perthos' magic is eternal. With the romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 4. Zelith. I skim the council's parchment for the third time tonight, struggling to quell the simmering anger it provokes. Sinuous script loops across the page in black ink, each flourish reeking of arrogance. They've stamped it with the official seal of Perthos, as if that alone can browbeat me into obedience. It's a straightforward demand. Hand Lysandra Riven over for execution, or forfeit any hope of an end to my exile. I toss the parchment onto the desk in front of me. A single candle flickers at my elbow, casting dancing shadows on the fortress's stone walls. The flame's faint glow highlights the ancient tapestries behind me, each thread capturing a triumphant scene of dark elves subduing lesser races. Usually, I find those images a stale reminder of my people's pride. Tonight, their presence grates on my nerves. Leaning back in my chair, I exhale through clenched teeth. The council's message echoes in my head. We've been lenient with your trespasses because you remain a useful tool, Prince Zelith. But harboring a rebel is a step too far. My gaze drifts past the flickering candle to the far wall, where a narrow window reveals the hazy glow of Perthos in the distance. Lanterns burn across the city's winding streets, illuminating the old stone architecture that has shaped my life since birth. Once upon a time, I believed I might govern all this. Now, I remain an outcast, dancing on the edge of acceptance. I rise from my chair and approach the window. Night air seeps through the narrow gap, carrying the faint scent of farmland just beyond the city walls. a farmland that hours ago trembled under Lysandra's attempted uprising. If the council had not known better, they might have pinned the blame squarely on me for letting the human rebels get so far. As it stands, they only see my refusal to hand Lysandra over as another blemish on my already tarnished reputation. My thoughts wander to the woman in question. She's fierce, no doubt. Anger and courage melded into one formidable package. The memory of her glare flits across my mind's eye. Even chained and wounded, she wouldn't cower. That defiance stirs something unexpected in me. A mixture of admiration and curiosity, possibly even desire. I try to shove that notion aside. It's not wise to entertain the idea of wanting a human, especially one who's proven capable of gathering an entire rebellion under her banner. Yet I can't deny the pull she exerts on my attention. I recall how she stood in that lesser hall, refusing to break even when I threatened her with the same finality she faces now from the council. That spark in her eyes has lodged itself in my thoughts, refusing to extinguish. Resting a hand on the cold stone windowsill, I weigh my options. Kill her and end my exile. 2 problems solved at once. No more rebel, no more suspicion from the council. But a bitter taste coats my tongue at the thought. Execution, while politically expedient, feels too final. She's more than a troublemaker. She's resilient, cunning, and fierce. That combination might be as valuable as it is dangerous. The alternative is to defy the council outright, continue sheltering her. They've warned me if she incites further chaos, I'll be fully stripped of what meager standing I retain. In truth, though, how much do I care about regaining my official place among them? After the fiasco that cost me everything, I realize this society's hypocrisy runs far deeper than I once believed. They mark me a betrayer for refusing one vile order, yet they see no contradiction in enslaving entire populations to do their bidding. A noise by the door jerks me out of my reverie. "Enter," I say, keeping my tone neutral. Rosian steps inside, head bowed just enough to show respect without groveling. He's one of the few guards who hasn't abandoned me despite my exile. His loyalty is the kind I can't buy with titles, so I value it all the more. "My prince," he begins, voice low, "I delivered your instructions to the lesser staff. They're to bring additional provisions to Lysandra's room, ensure her bandages are changed regularly. Also, they reported she was taken before some lesser officials earlier." "I'm aware," I reply softly, turning to face him. "They made her confirm that I've claimed her, yes?" He nods. "She did so begrudgingly. They documented it. I heard rumors she was furious." I huff a short laugh. I'd expect nothing less. She's not one to roll over and play the meek captive. Rosian shifts, fingertips tapping the hilt of his sword. The council is relentless. They have no desire to let her live. Rumor says a more formal summons is coming in the morning, demanding a final verdict. If you keep defying them, they'll tighten the noose around your neck. "They've tried that before," I retort, though the edge in my voice betrays my unease. It's not that I fear them physically. My skill in combat remains formidable, even without the official sanction of my old station. But the council's power lies in collective political might. They can make my life a living hell, stifling my every move within Perthos. Rubbing a thumb across the silver war sigils on my left arm, I weigh Rosian's presence. He's proven trustworthy, so I speak freely. I must decide if she's worth the risk. Her potential is obvious, and there's something unusual about her. I suspect she's not just an ordinary human rebel. Have you observed anything odd about her? Rosian's brow furrows. Odd, my prince? I recall fleeting moments when Lysandra seemed to bend the atmosphere around her with sheer will, though I can't be sure if it was my imagination. Perhaps it's nothing, or maybe it's a sign she holds some hidden gifts. The way she rallied so many humans suggests more than raw determination. He shrugs. I haven't seen any direct evidence of magic, if that's what you mean, but she definitely commands loyalty. The remaining rebels speak her name with reverence. My gaze shifts to the candle, the flames sputtering as if echoing my internal dilemma. It's a gamble, I murmur. If she truly possesses power or can harness influence among the humans, then aligning with her might serve my own plans. But crossing the council further might be the final push they need to declare open season on me. Rizian meets my eyes, unwavering. You've never been one to back down when you see a path to power, especially if it undermines those who betrayed you. He's not wrong. I recall the day they accused me of treason, the sneers, the false courtesy, the perfumed threat that overshadowed any defense I offered. They stripped me of my high seat, relegated me to the fringes of dark elf society, then claimed it a mercy they didn't execute me. I've carried that slight ever since, searching for the right moment to upend their smug dominion. The question, I say, is whether Lysandra's continuing existence grants me that chance, or if it's an anchor dragging me to ruin. Razian shifts on his feet. May I speak plainly, my prince? I give a curt nod. She's a spark. If you stoke that flame carefully, it could become a fire that cleanses this fortress of the rot we've endured. But if you lose control, you'll both burn. I mull his words for a moment. Then I'll have to learn how to handle her, won't I? He dips his head in agreement. Should I post an additional guard outside her room? My lips tilt in a half-smile. Yes, but ensure they aren't too heavy-handed. If she senses we're all just waiting for her to lash out, she'll never consider cooperation. And I do want her to consider it, for however long it takes to glean her secrets. Razian gives a soft grunt of assent. I'll make arrangements. He bows once more and departs, the door clicking shut behind him. Alone again, I retrieve the parchment from my desk. The single candle's flame flickers, casting jagged shadows on the scrawled lines. The words execution and reinstatement glare at me in rigid strokes of ink. I could end this tomorrow. One swift stroke of a blade, one public display of Lysandra's severed head, and the council would be appeased. But every time I picture that scenario, an uneasy churn lances my gut. It's not just that I abhor delivering such a violent spectacle to quell the council's bloodlust. It's that Lysandra's defiance intrigues me in a way that's difficult to ignore. She's a living representation of everything that unsettles the dark elf status quo. Would it not be more advantageous to harness her rather than discard her? Setting the parchment aside, I leave my quarters. The corridors feel endless in the dead of night. Torch sconces glow at intervals, each flame tinted with a faint purple hue, courtesy of the mana crystals we use in Perthos for illumination. My boots echo on the polished floor. I stride past a pair of patrolling guards, ignoring their salutes. My destination is a small walkway that overlooks the fortress courtyard. Beyond the arched openings, the sky spreads wide and star-flecked. The moon hangs low, painting the courtyard's black stone in silver relief. From this vantage, I recall seeing Lysandra dragged inside by the soldiers the day her rebellion fell. She was battered, but unbroken. That moment signaled her entry into my domain. Unbeknownst to both of us, it would set off a chain of events neither side anticipated. I lean on the balustrade, letting the night air wash over me. Indecision gnaws at my mind. The council won't wait forever. Rumor has it they'll convene soon to finalize their demands. If I defy them, I might as well carve a fresh brand of exile into my life. But the alternative is losing any chance of forging an alliance with the woman who might be the key to unraveling their hold on Perthos. She is the catalyst. I sense it like a storm on the horizon, pressing against the thick air. If I kill her, I remain a puppet for the council to jerk around whenever they please. If I keep her, I risk their ire. Which poison do I swallow? A memory surfaces, the flicker of Lysandra's gaze meeting mine, unafraid. So few humans have dared to look at me like that, even before my exile. That spark drives me to do something reckless. The thought of letting them snuff out her life enrages me in a way that's both exhilarating and unsettling. Decision coalesces in my mind. Slowly I straighten from the balustrade, my resolve settling into place. I won't kill her. Not yet. Not when she could be the weapon I've been searching for. Someone who shares a hatred for the powers that be. Someone bold enough to attempt the unimaginable. If I'm cunning, I can keep the council at bay, claiming I need time to extract valuable information from her. That should buy me enough space to see if she's truly worth the risk. My pulse quickens, excitement coursing through my veins. This path feels dangerous, but it aligns better with my nature than meek capitulation. I turn on my heel and retrace my steps into the fortress interior. If I'm going to defy the council, I need a strategy, and that means speaking to Lysandra directly. No more subtle hints or empty threats. I snake through the corridors until I reach the section housing her temporary quarters. At the door, 2 guards stand watch, exactly as Razian arranged. They stiffen when they see me. One fumbles for the key. "Open it," I say under my breath, determined not to wake everyone in the fortress. They comply. The door unlocks with a click, and I slip inside. A lantern hangs from a hook on the wall, illuminating the small space with a subdued glow. She's there, lying on a narrow bed. Her manacled wrists rest atop the thin blanket, and though her eyes are closed, her expression is far from peaceful. I make sure the door's shut before I approach. Her breath catches as if she senses someone near. She blinks awake, storm-gray eyes focusing on me. Immediately her hands jerk, the chain clattering. She tries to sit up, wincing at some unseen pain in her side. I hold up a hand to show I'm not here to hurt her. "Quiet," I murmur. "It's late." She eyes me with wariness. "What do you want?" Standing at the foot of the bed, I keep my voice low. "Word travels fast around the fortress. The council recorded your official status earlier. They're unhappy you still draw breath. You know that, right?" She huffs a short laugh that contains no amusement. "It's painfully obvious. Didn't you send me there to be humiliated? Forced me to claim I'm your captive?" My jaw tightens. "I didn't send you to them. They took it upon themselves to assert the council's power. I simply made certain they didn't execute you outright." She shifts, pressing a hand to heat your bandaged side. "How magnanimous," she drawls, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. I step closer, leaning over the bed. A flicker of defiance lights her gaze, reminding me not to get too close. Still, I can't stop from noticing the curve of her lips, or how the tension in her posture accentuates the sleek lines of her shoulders. Her physical appeal is an uninvited distraction, but it's there, pulsing beneath every sharp retort she offers. "Listen," I say, pitching my voice lower. "This is bigger than your pride or mine. The council wants your head. They're pressing me to deliver it. If I do, my exile might end. If I don't, they'll brand me a full traitor. And your days will be numbered." A strange gleam appears in her eyes. "So that's it," she murmurs. "My life is a bargaining chip for your politics. If I'm lucky, you'll keep me breathing until you get what you want." "That's one way to see it," I allow. "Another is that I'm risking my own precarious standing by not killing you." Her chain rattles as she pushes herself into a sitting position. The bed creaks under her slight weight. "So, what do you get out of this arrangement?" My thoughts skim dangerous territory. The notion of using her influence, her possible hidden powers. And there's the undeniable spark that draws me to her, though I'd never admit it so plainly. "You could be useful," I say, keeping my tone even. "You have a sway over the human rebels. If we harness that, we might accomplish something that benefits us both." She studies me, eyes narrowed. "You talk about harnessing me like I'm a weapon." I shrug. "In many ways you are. But perhaps you're more than that." My voice softens. "You want freedom for your people, don't you?" She doesn't break my gaze. "I do. And I continue, want leverage against a council that sees me as a disposable pawn. If we unite our goals, we might find a path that grants you some measure of independence, and me the influence I need to reshape Perthos." Lysandra presses her lips together, clearly skeptical. "Dark elves have promised less cruelty before. It always ends the same, in whips and chains." I'm not them, I say, frustration creeping in. But I can't pretend to be a savior. I'm looking out for myself too. She exhales, wincing when the movement aggravates her wounds. Concern prods at me, but I fight the urge to check her bandages. Instead, I stand there, letting the hush stretch. Eventually, she looks away, focusing on her manacled wrists. Her voice emerges quieter. What exactly are you proposing? I settle at the edge of the bed, mindful not to crowd her. The chain jingles again as she tenses. I'm proposing we keep you alive. Officially, I'll tell the council I need time to extract information from you, or to break the rebellion fully. In reality, you and I work together behind the scenes. You feed me strategies or points of weakness we can exploit. Anything that disrupts the council's iron grip without painting a target on your entire race. Her eyebrows rise. So you want a partial rebellion, controlled and directed by you? A rebellion that doesn't end in your people's mass slaughter, I clarify. A rebellion that influences the fortress from within, gradually eroding the power of those who would see you as vermin. I pause, meeting her gaze. I know it's not the grand freedom you dream of, but it's a start. She snorts, but the edge in her tone softens. You're basically asking me to conspire with the Dark Elf against other Dark Elves. Talk about impossible alliances. Impossible alliances are sometimes the most effective, I murmur, recalling my own path that's led me here. You can keep fighting, or you can adapt. She's silent for a moment, features etched with conflicted thought. Then she bites her lower lip, doubt flickering across her face. What guarantee do I have that you won't betray me the second it's convenient? I lean forward, fighting the lure of her proximity. Betraying you means losing the one tool that might shift the balance in my favor. I'd be a fool to discard that. And if I have a reputation, it's for cunning, not stupidity. She mulls that over, still uncertain. My eyes trace the line of her jaw, the hollow of her throat. I can't deny the strange pull. She's enticing, not just physically, but in the raw force of her spirit. It's not often I meet anyone who challenges me like this. That challenge sparks a thrill I can't fully ignore. At length she exhales. You want me to trust you, but I don't see how I can. You're a Dark Elf prince, exiled or not, and your people killed my friends. A pang of something like regret twinges in my chest. I understand your anger. I won't ask you to let it go, only to channel it in a way that benefits us both. She braces an arm behind her, posture tense. I'll consider it. Then her lips curve in a bitter half-smile. Seeing as my alternative is certain death, I don't have much choice, do I? There's always choice, I murmur, reaching out carefully. My fingertips graze the manacle on her wrist. She doesn't pull away, but her entire body goes rigid with anticipation. You could try to kill me here and now. You might even succeed if I let my guard down. But we both know how that would end. You'd be hunted, and the rest of your people would be massacred in retribution. Her jaw tightens. Exactly. I swallow a frustrated breath. Then we find a way to survive together. And if it goes sour, at least we can say we tried. She allows a small nod, though her expression remains guarded. Fine. But I want proof of your sincerity. Release me from these shackles. Let me heal. That's the only way I can begin to trust you. My gaze drops to the metal binding her wrists. The council would throw a fit if they saw me remove them, but perhaps it's a necessary step. If I unlock you, you must promise not to harm anyone within this fortress, I say quietly, though my words carry weight. At least not without my express approval. She laughs dryly. You want me to sign a vow in my own blood? I smirk. No, I want your word, as fragile as that might be. A beat passes. Then she lifts her chin. You have it, as long as no one tries to kill me first. Accepting that, I slide off the bed, retrieving a small iron key from a hidden pouch at my belt. I step behind her. The closeness floods me with warmth. Her hair, dark as midnight, smells faintly of sweat and some herbal salve Halrin must have used on her wounds. The combination is strangely comforting in this grim fortress. Fitting the key into the lock, I twist. The left cuff pops free, then the right. Her breath hitches as she rubs the raw skin around her wrists, the faint red grooves marking where the metal chafed her. "Better?" I ask softly, stepping back. She rubs a sore spot, relief flickering across her features. "Yes." I nod, returning the key to my belt. "I'll tell the guards you're not to be shackled unless you attack someone. But don't give them a reason to question my judgment." "Understood," she mutters. Silence settles, weighted by the reality of our new accord. She's no longer chained, but she's still within these walls, still at my mercy. For my part, I'm no longer free to claim ignorance if she stirs trouble. The risk is ours to share now. Her expression shifts, a trace of confusion mingling with her usual hostility. "Why go this far?" she asks. "You could have left me cuffed and avoided extra trouble with the council." 1,000 half-formed answers swirl in my mind. Because I'm entranced by your defiance. Because I sense an untapped power that might rival the entire fortress. Because I'm tired of playing by the rules of a court that despises me anyway. I settle for a simpler response. "I believe your rage can be harnessed, but not if you feel like a caged animal." She blinks, and for the first time, something like gratitude sparks in her eyes. It's fleeting, but it's there. "Thank you," she says quietly, though the words sound strange on her tongue. I give a curt nod, ignoring the unsteady rhythm of my own pulse. "Rest. I'll bring you more details soon. The council demands answers by tomorrow night. We'll need to present a united front." Her lips part as if she wants to protest, but she just sighs. "I suppose I'll be here either way." I glance around the cramped room. It's hardly fitting for someone who might become my ally, my co-conspirator. "If you prove trustworthy, I'll move you to better quarters." She snorts softly. I'll try not to get too comfortable. A faint wry grin tugs at my mouth. "Of course." Without further ceremony, I turn and walk to the door, quietly letting myself out. The guards outside stand at attention, startled to see me alone without the chain in hand. I wave off their questions. "She remains in my custody, unshackled. If she leaves that room without my express permission, you know the consequences, both for her and for yourselves." They nod, eyes flicking warily toward the shut door. I stride away, boots tapping on the stone floor, my thoughts a tumult of possibility and risk. I've chosen. I will keep Lysandra Riven alive, at least for now. In doing so, I might earn the full wrath of the council. Yet the alternative, wasting her potential, feels wrong, or at least unprofitable. Passing a torchlit alcove, I brush my fingertips across the carved depiction of a serpent devouring its prey. My reflection in the polished stone stares back, reminding me that I, too, am a predator in this fortress. But who exactly is devouring whom in this arrangement? Smothering a sardonic laugh, I continue down the corridor. Tomorrow I'll face the council again, bearing a flimsy explanation for why I haven't delivered Lysandra's head. That's a battle I'm prepared to wage. For the first time since my exile, I sense a spark of genuine anticipation thrumming through my veins. Yes, it's dangerous. But the path to regaining power, or forging a new kind of rule, was never going to be safe. Lysandra has that same hunger, that fire. If we manage to align our separate drives for freedom and authority, we might tear down the stagnant structures around us, or we might tear each other apart in the process. Either way, the game has truly begun, and I'm determined not to lose.
Chapter 5. Lysandra. I wake to a sudden jolt when a guard grips my shoulder, shaking me out of a shallow, uneasy sleep. My eyes fly open, heart thudding, and my first thought is that I've overslept. Though overslept for what, I can't say. Time feels distorted in this fortress, ruled by shadows and flickering torchlight. The guard doesn't offer an explanation. He just yanks me upright, manacles rattling at my wrists. Get up! He snaps, and I swallow a surge of anger. No point in lashing out blindly. I learned that lesson the hard way on the day they slaughtered my rebellion in Perthos's courtyard. I force myself to stand without toppling. My ribs ache, but at least I'm no longer losing blood by the hour. Thanks to Halron's bandages, I might actually keep going for another day or two, long enough, I hope, to find a way to escape. Or a way to use the exiled prince's twisted interest in me. Through the haze of my half-conscious mind, I recall Zelith's last words. If you want to keep breathing, you'll answer to me. He didn't sound particularly gentle or kind, yet I'm still alive. For now. The guard gestures to another soldier, who unlocks the door to my cramped suite. They push me into the corridor. Unlike before, there's no public parade through the fortress halls. 2 guards flank me, each with a hand on my arms, guiding me through winding passages I haven't seen yet. A prickle of apprehension makes the hair on my neck rise. We're descending deeper into the fortress, away from the well-trod main corridors. The air grows cooler, and the smell of damp stone and old spells hits my nose. My heart pounds with every step, uncertain what fresh nightmare awaits. This is the moment they take me to some hidden dungeon, I think grimly. But the guard on my right mutters something about the prince's quarters. His partner snorts an acknowledgement, and I realise we're not heading to another dank cell. This route, if memory serves, leads toward a series of restricted wings that only high-ranking dark elves, or exiled ones with secret influence, apparently, can access. Eventually, the corridor widens, torches lighting a path that splits in 2 directions. The guards steer me left. Dark wood doors with intricate runes line the hall, each giving off faint pulses of magic. I can almost feel the wards hum beneath my skin. My captors halt at the 3rd door on the left, and one raises his hand. An amethyst glow flares across the carvings, and the door eases open. In, the guard says, shoving me forward. I stumble into what appears to be a large antechamber, opulent by fortress standards. A plush rug in swirling black and crimson patterns covers the stone floor. Matching chairs flank a low table carved from dark wood. Shelves line the walls, holding books, peculiar sculptures, and small caged lights that shimmer with contained mana. The door slams behind me, and my senses roar with awareness. This place reeks of power. Not just the stored magical artifacts, but Zelith's presence. I can't see him yet, but it feels as if the room breathes his essence. Cool, controlled, and vaguely predatory. Before I can gather my bearings, another door within the chamber opens. Zelith steps out, wearing a high-collared tunic of black silk, fitted trousers, and polished boots. Silver war sigils glint on his forearms, stark against his obsidian skin. His hair, white as fresh snow, cascades loose around his shoulders. The flicker of torchlight highlights the sharp cut of his cheekbones and the faint curve of his mouth, somewhere between amusement and disapproval. Lysandra. He says my name quietly, yet it carries across the room as if he's spoken it right beside me. You're awake. Good. I trust the guards treated you well enough. I stiffen, holding his gaze. Depends on your definition of well. I'm still in chains, if you hadn't noticed. His eyes flick to the manacles. A precaution, sadly. Some of my subordinates believe you'll snap their necks if given the chance. The corner of my lips lifts in a humorless smile. They're not wrong. He doesn't flinch. If anything, his expression warms with a flicker of intrigue. Which is precisely why I brought you here. My private holding. He waves a hand, indicating the lavish surroundings. Safer for both of us than leaving you in the lesser hall or the dungeons. How thoughtful, I mutter, rolling my aching shoulders. I didn't realise you cared so much about my comfort. I care about your potential, he corrects, stepping closer. The air seems to tighten as he approaches, as though the entire fortress holds its breath. I catch the faintest trace of some exotic scent clinging to his clothes, night-blooming flowers mixed with something sharper. You interest me, Lysandra. I want to see how far you can go before you break. My heart lurches, but I won't let him see fear. So this is another game to you? Drag me to your private quarters, keep me under constant watch, and see if I'll beg for mercy. Zelith tilts his head, a gesture reminiscent of a cat studying prey. It can be a game, or it can be something else entirely. That choice belongs to you as much as it does to me. Your illusions of choice are getting old, I snap, tugging at my chains. I have none, and you know it. His silver eyes glimmer with faint violet undertones. You'd be surprised how many choices remain even now. He gestures to a guard standing by the door. Remove the shackles. The guard gives him a startled glance. But, my prince! I said remove them, Zelith repeats, voice as soft as it is lethal. She's in my domain, unless you doubt my ability to contain her if she tries anything foolish. A flicker of terror crosses the guard's face. He fumbles for the key, then unlocks my manacles with shaky hands. When the metal falls away, relief floods my wrists. Angry red lines remain, proof of how long I've been bound. I rub the marks, ignoring how Zelith's gaze follows the movement. Out! Zelith commands the guard. The soldier bows and departs, shutting the door behind him. Silence envelops the chamber, leaving me alone with a dark elf whose motivations remain maddeningly opaque. I flex my fingers, a small sense of freedom returning, but I'm not naive. Wards no doubt protect every exit in this room. Zelith must see my calculating stare, because he smirks. You won't get far if you try to run, he says, gesturing to the tall double doors on the opposite side of the antechamber. That leads to my personal suites, my bedchamber, study, and a few other rooms. The entire wing is warded. If you breach the boundary without my permission, you'll set off alarms that will bring half the fortress down on you. How very considerate, I say dryly. So you've stripped me of my shackles, only to trap me in a more gilded cage. He nods, unashamed. Exactly. Then he waves me toward a chair. Sit. We have matters to discuss. I'm tempted to remain standing out of pure defiance, but exhaustion throbs in my legs. I sink onto the plush cushion, noticing how the seat envelops me in surprising comfort. A subtle, traitorous part of me relishes it, if only because I've been sleeping on hard slabs of stone. My pride bristles at the thought of accepting any comfort from him, but I push that aside for the moment. Zelith seats himself opposite me, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. The stance highlights the silver war sigils etched into his forearms. Each swirl and curve testifies to noble lineage. Though exiled, he still claims a measure of dark prestige here. Enough to defy the council by keeping me alive, evidently. Why drag me here? I ask, meeting his gaze head-on. You already said you're interested in me, in my defiance. But that can't be the only reason. He sighs, almost as if indulging a child. The council wants you dead, and in return for your head, they'd lift my exile. I'd regain full standing among the Zeith caste, possibly reclaim my ancestral seat. His mouth curls in distaste. That path is there if I want it. I could present them your severed head tomorrow and watch them grovel, praising my loyalty. I clench my jaw. Then what's stopping you? A thin smile. I'm not loyal to them. They exiled me for a reason, Lysandra. I might despise your kind in general. He pauses, letting the sting land. But I despise the council's stranglehold even more. A simmering sense of possibility stirs in my chest. If he hates the council, can I use that? Yet caution urges me to hold back. That's a fancy way of saying you're no saint. I'm far from it, he admits. His eyes narrow, gleaming with a predatory light. Don't mistake me for a benevolent saviour. Keeping you alive serves my interests. If you prove obliging, we can help each other." "Obliging?" I echo, the word tasting bitter. "What does that mean exactly?" "You want your people safe, correct? The humans you rallied under your banner?" He leans forward. "I can't magically grant them freedom overnight, but I can ensure they survive. If I regain influence, I could dictate more lenient policies, reduce the brutality. In return, you'd keep them from sparking open rebellions that inevitably end in bloodshed." My stomach knots. Part of me wants to spit in his face, rail that I'll never compromise. But a more pragmatic side, the same side that's kept me alive this long, whispers that partial mercy is better than total annihilation. The rebellion is in ruins, our people scattered. If we keep dying in droves, we'll never see real freedom. Is it worth forging a temporary alliance with a cunning exiled prince? And beyond that, there's something about him that draws me in, despite my hatred. The way he observes me, as though he's deciphering the puzzle of my existence. The crackle of tension whenever he steps close. An awareness that pulses like a second heartbeat in the room. I loathe the sense of attraction that creeps at the deepest recesses of my mind. But I can't quite banish it. "There's no guarantee you won't turn on me once you regain your precious throne," I point out. He shrugs, unbothered. "True, you can take that risk or decide you prefer a swift death." A loaded silence settles between us. I consider the labyrinth of potential outcomes. If I reject him outright, he might indeed decide to serve my head to the council. If I agree too readily, I become his puppet. The middle ground is precarious. I must appear willing enough to keep him interested, but remain vigilant. That is, if I can quell the voice inside me that screams to fight or flee. I fix him with a cool stare. "I'll consider it." Amusement flickers in his gaze. "That's more than I expected." "Good. For now, let me show you around your new lodgings." He stands, gesturing for me to follow. Curiosity warred with caution in my chest. I rise from the chair, noting how close he's come, near enough that I could jab an elbow into his ribs if needed. But I refrain. He's right about the wards, and I suspect he's trained enough to overpower me in seconds. He leads me through the double doors into a corridor lit by faintly glowing orbs set in brass sconces. Plush carpet muffles our steps. The walls are adorned with tapestries depicting swirling black shapes, perhaps illusions or creatures formed of shadow. One depicts a monstrous being rising from beneath the earth, devouring hapless figures. Another portrays a lone dark elf standing on a cliff, arms outstretched to beckon swirling clouds of magic. These halls connect to my personal quarters and a few adjoining rooms, Zelith explains, voice echoing slightly in the hush. "I've arranged a chamber for you here. You'll be under my direct oversight, and fewer guards will linger outside your door, provided you don't attempt anything rash." "How kind," I say wryly, though I can't help noticing the difference in ambience. Whereas the fortress corridors reeked of fear and discipline, this wing feels contained, a personal domain shaped by Zelith's preferences. Shadows pool in corners, flickers of purple and blue mana arcs shift across the ceiling, forming patterns I can't quite decipher. He stops at a door on the right, planting his palm on the runic carvings. They shimmer in recognition. The door opens silently, revealing a spacious room with a high arched window. Heavy curtains in midnight blue velvet hang on either side, and a wide bed stands against one wall, layered with dark linens. A low table sits near the window, flanked by 2 chairs. My gaze sweeps the interior. It's no prison cell. This is a noble's guest room, lavish by human standards. My battered reflection in a tall mirror by the bed is a stark contrast to the pristine elegance around me. "Yours," Zelith says softly, standing behind me. I feel the heat of his body as he leans in to speak near my ear. "Make what use of it you will. There's a wash basin through the door on the left, fresh clothes in the wardrobe, and if you behave, I might allow you certain freedoms. I spin to face him, ignoring the quickening of my pulse. And if I misbehave, you cast me to the council. His lips curve into a dangerous smirk. Or I punish you myself. I haven't decided which would be more fun. The low timbre of his voice sends an unwanted spark along my spine. My throat feels suddenly tight. You think you can keep me caged here indefinitely? I think, he murmurs, stepping closer, that you'll find it easier to survive by cooperating. This fortress is dangerous in ways you haven't yet seen. I'm offering you a shield from the worst of it. I clench my fists. Every fibre rebels at the notion of relying on a dark elf's protection. But the memory of the courtyard, blood-soaked and savage, reminds me how quickly humans die here. If I want to protect the few survivors of my rebellion, I need to tread carefully. Let's say I don't resist. My voice cracks slightly, and I hate how vulnerable it sounds. What's your next move? He reaches out and I flinch, half expecting him to grab me. Instead, he grazes his gloved fingers along a stray lock of my hair, brushing it behind my ear. The gesture is intimate enough to send my heart into a staccato beat. I'll show you how to navigate Perthos without getting slaughtered. In return, you provide me with insight into the human rebels, where they hide, what they fear, how they might be pacified or repurposed. My mind latches onto his phrasing, pacified, repurposed. I swallow the bile rising in my throat. He's talking about controlling them, not granting them real freedom. But if I keep him believing I'm on board, maybe I can gather enough information to strike back at the fortress from within. Fine, I force out, each syllable heavy. I'll cooperate for now. His gaze darkens, flicking to my mouth, then back to my eyes. Good, that's what I want to hear. There's an undercurrent of tension in the air, potent and undeniable. A small, traitorous part of me acknowledges that he's attractive in a lethal way, every movement coiled with contained strength. I want to hate him, but the collision of hatred and fascination stirs a strange heat low in my belly. I dismiss the thought, stepping away. If I'm to stay here, I'd like a bath, proper bandages, maybe some real food instead of watery stew. He chuckles, the sound low and rolling. All that can be arranged, as long as you remember your place. My place? I snap. I'm no pet, Zelith. He tilts his head, that faint half-smile returning. No, you're a rebel with spirit, a thorn in the council's side, and possibly my best chance at undermining them. Let's not forget who holds the advantage. I grip my teeth, refusing to concede verbally. But he's right. He holds every advantage. For now. Before I can retort, he sweeps out of the room, leaving me alone. The door shuts behind him with a soft click, likely locked again, though in a more decorative frame. My shoulders slump as the tension drains. It's exhausting, keeping up this constant clash of wills. I scan the room again, taking in the lavish details. A small side table holds an ornate pitcher of water and a silver bowl. On impulse, I walk over, lift the pitcher, and pour the water into the bowl. My reflection wavers on the surface. Bruises still mar my cheeks, and my dark hair is a ragged mess. The faint candlelight picks out hollows under my eyes. I hardly recognise this battered woman as the same rebel who once stood before her people, proclaiming they'd see a free tomorrow. You're not broken, I tell myself. Just cornered. I set the pitcher down. A wave of fatigue hits, but there's a restlessness inside me that won't let me collapse yet. I cross to the wardrobe, testing the handle. Unlocked. Inside, I find several sets of clothing, all in dark hues. Fine tunics, breeches, simple black dresses. They look about my size, which means Zelith anticipated me wearing them. The knowledge stings, but I grab a tunic and breeches anyway. Better than the torn, bloodied outfit I've been wearing for days. The adjoining door leads to a washroom that's large enough to make me gawk. A metal tub stands in the centre, and a series of brass pipes feed into it. Arcane runes adorn the walls, likely controlling temperature or water flow. Even the floor is warm under my bare feet, courtesy of subtle heating spells. I exhale a shaky breath, letting my guard drop just enough to enjoy the idea of a hot bath. Stripping off my battered clothes, I fill the tub. Steam rises, carrying a faint floral scent from the enchanted pipes. I slip into the water, hissing as it stings the cuts on my arms and chest. But the heat soothes my bruised muscles, coaxing tension from my limbs. I close my eyes, letting the water cradle me for a few stolen minutes of peace. In the silence, my thoughts wander to the farmland beyond Perthos. The rebels who once followed me are likely imprisoned, or worse. Have I failed them beyond repair? The notion weighs heavily. If forging a deal with Zelith means saving at least some of them, do I have the right to refuse? Steam curls around me. My hair fans out, tangling with the water, and I can't help thinking how bizarre it is to be bathing in luxury while humans starve or rot in cells not far away. My nails dig into my palms. I won't lose sight of my goal. One day, we'll topple these towers, even if I have to use Zelith's own ambition to do it. Time drifts until the water cools. I climb out, wrap myself in a plush towel, and carefully inspect the fresh bandages. They'll need changing soon, but at least I'm no longer bleeding. I dress in the black tunic and breeches, cinching them at the waist. The soft fabric is a stark contrast to the rough leathers I wore before. Back in the bedroom, I catch a glimpse of movement at the threshold. A tray of food sits on the side table. Someone must have slipped in while I bathed, silent as a shadow. My stomach rumbles. On the tray I find slices of roasted tora with spiced vegetables, a small loaf of dark bread, and a pitcher of water tinged with a citrusy aroma. My wariness flares. But if Zelith wanted me dead, he could have done it in a far more brutal public way. Poison seems unnecessary. So I eat, each bite fueling me. The roasted meat is tender, the vegetables rich with unfamiliar seasonings. I hate how my body craves it, how good it feels to fill the hollow ache in my belly. When I finish, I push the tray away and sink onto the bed, which is far too soft and inviting. A faint sense of surrealism grips me. Less than a day ago, I was chained in a grim cell, sure I'd be executed. Now I'm in Zelith's private wing, eating real food, wearing clean clothes. The fortress remains a prison, but I've stepped into a new realm within it, one where Zelith wields power behind the scenes, untouchable by the lesser ranks. This forced proximity means I have a chance to observe him more closely, and possibly exploit any weaknesses. Exhaustion tugs at my eyelids. I lie down, my side supported by the plush bedding, muscles grateful for the respite. Despite the cushion, tension knots in my shoulders. I can't forget that I'm a captive. Zelith's captive. This comfortable room is a gilded cage, nothing more. I drift for a while, half dozing, half alert for any sign of movement. At some point, footsteps echo in the corridor. My body tenses. The door opens, revealing Zelith's tall silhouette against the corridor's light. He steps inside, quietly shutting the door behind him. I bolt upright, heart pounding. "Do you have a habit of entering without knocking?" I ask, voice raspier than intended. He shrugs, crossing the distance with unhurried grace. "This is my wing. You're the guest here, remember?" "Guest?" I echo, bitterness creeping in. "Right." He stops a foot away from the bed, gaze drifting over me. The tension thickens as if the air itself coils. My pulse quickens, and heat gathers at the base of my spine, though I loathe how my body reacts. We're enemies. We're locked in a battle of wits and wills. So why does his presence make my blood thrum? "Are you settling in?" he asks, voice softer now, lacking the arrogance he displayed earlier. I lift my chin. It's better than a damp cell, but don't expect me to be grateful. He nods, something like amusement glinting in his eyes. I wouldn't dare. The silence crackles. My hand clenches the bedsheet, an anchor against the swirl of conflicting emotions. I sense his attention lingering on the curve of my cheek, on my damp hair. I hate the rush of warmth coursing through me at the thought that he might find me appealing. Yet I can't deny the undercurrent of attraction that hums beneath the animosity. Your bath was acceptable? He asks, almost too casually. I fight a scoff. It served its purpose. He inclines his head. Good. You need to regain your strength. Tomorrow I have plans to walk the fortress with you, show you certain areas, gauge your reactions. If we're to present a united front to the council, we must appear cooperative. A surge of apprehension warps my stomach. You're parading me around the fortress like I'm your docile pet. An unfortunate necessity, he says, folding his arms. You have a role to play. That role includes convincing others you're no longer a threat, that I've tamed you enough to keep you on a leash, so to speak. Anger flashes. I will never be tamed. He leans down, bracing a hand on the bed beside my hip. I smell the faint spice of his magic, cool and dark. Careful with that fire, Lysandra. You might burn the wrong people if you're not selective. My heart thrashes in my chest, but I don't move. Our faces hover inches apart. Even in the dim light, I see the faint violet glow that stirs in his eyes when he's intrigued. We linger in that charged space, his breath fanning across my skin. For a moment, everything else falls away. The council, the fortress, even the rebellion. There's only the quiet press of desire tangled with hatred. I tear my gaze from his, forcing a shaky breath. You said it yourself. This is a game. You want to see me perform. Fine. But don't mistake cooperation for surrender. He straightens, a slow grin curving his lips. I wouldn't dare. Your spirit is precisely what I want intact. With that, he steps back, as if severing an invisible cord between us. Every nerve in my body crackles with leftover tension. What now? I ask, trying to steady my voice. Rest. He moves toward the door. Tomorrow, we show Perthos that you've been subdued, but only enough to keep the peace. My stomach coils at the thought. And if I fail this little charade? He looks back, expression unreadable. Then the council will demand your head, and I may be forced to give it to them. I grit my teeth, refusing to show fear. I'll keep that in mind. He lingers in the doorway, eyes drifting over me one last time. The hush in the room deepens, laden with unsaid words, unacknowledged tension. Then he inclines his head in a mockery of a bow and slips out, leaving me alone again. The door clicks shut. I exhale, trembling with pent-up energy. My life has become a high-wire act. One misstep, one moment of weakness, and I'm done. Yet in some twisted way, I now have a vantage point, Zelith's private domain, where I can glean secrets the rest of my people never could. Is it worth the risk? My heart pounds with dread, and an unfamiliar flicker of excitement. The forced proximity with Zelith is like a dance, each step a challenge, each breath an opening for something darker than hatred. I sink back against the pillows, mind churning. Tomorrow, I'll walk the fortress at his side, playing the role of subdued captive. Meanwhile, I'll be watching every guard shift, every hidden corridor, searching for vulnerabilities. I'll do whatever it takes to preserve what remains of the rebellion, and, if possible, to unseat the tyranny that grips this city. Above me, the ceiling glimmers with subtle arcs of mana, forming shapes that vanish as soon as I try to focus. I close my eyes, the softness of the bed paradoxically reminding me of how harsh reality is. Zelith thinks he can keep me under his spell, that I'll dance to his tune. Maybe I will, for a time. But I vow silently, I will not lose myself in the process. I drift into an uneasy sleep, haunted by the memory of his dark gaze and the knowledge that, however unwillingly, we're bound together in this precarious alliance, both searching for a power that might cost us everything.
Chapter 6. Zelith. Morning light filters through the narrow windows of my private wing, illuminating the polished stone corridors with pale silver. I stand in the antechamber just beyond my own quarters, arms folded, as I contemplate the situation I've willingly thrust myself into. Lysandra Riven, a human rebel with enough fire in her eyes to spark chaos in a single glance, now occupies the adjoining room. Last night I left her there, unshackled but heavily warded, half amused and half uneasy about my own decisions. Today I need answers from her. And more than that, I need to decide how best to handle the remnants of her rebellion still lurking in the Perthos farmland. Their presence offers both an opportunity and a threat. I sense movement at my back. Razien, my longtime second-in-command, clears his throat. He stands at a respectful distance, waiting for me to acknowledge him. I cast a glance over my shoulder. The torchlight catches on his dark green eyes, set in an angular face, and dances across the tidy braids pinned at the back of his head. He's shorter than me by a hand's breadth, his build stocky for a dark elf, but he's proven his loyalty countless times. "Speak," I say, turning fully to face him. He dips his chin. "My prince, we've received a report from one of our scouts stationed near the farmland. Seems there are clusters of human rebels still hiding in abandoned storehouses and drainage tunnels." My pulse quickens with interest. "How many?" He glances down at a small parchment. Difficult to say precisely. Possibly 2 or 3 dozen in each scattered group, all lacking real leadership, especially since Lysandra was captured. An unbidden wave of satisfaction flickers through me. So they are lost without her. My gaze settles on Razian's face. "Do we have confirmation they're planning another raid?" He shakes his head. "They appear disorganized, frightened. More likely they're foraging for basic supplies or waiting for an opportunity to flee Perthos altogether. The farmland watchtowers are on high alert, so escaping unnoticed will be difficult." I let out a slow breath. This is precisely the type of situation I expected. "And the council? Have they caught wind of these stragglers?" "Rumors have begun circulating," Razian admits. "Most figure it's just a matter of time before the rebels starve or are hunted down. Still, some council members seem keen on a public crackdown, raids in the farmland, mass arrests. But King Throsh's ministers have other priorities, namely ensuring the farmland meets production quotas." I nod. "That's the crux. If the farmland is thrown into chaos, the entire city's food supply suffers. The council can't risk that, so they're caught between wanting to eliminate rebel activity and needing the humans to remain productive. It's a delicate balance, one I plan to exploit." Razian shifts, pressing his lips into a thin line. "If you plan to do anything about these rebels, you'll need to move quickly. Once the council formalizes their next steps, you lose any chance to claim them for yourself." I arch a brow. "Claim them for myself, Razian." He meets my gaze, unflinching. "We both know you didn't keep Lysandra alive out of pure mercy. If you can wrangle her rebels too, you'll wield considerable leverage. You could negotiate better terms with the council, maybe even accelerate the end of your exile." My lips curl in a half smile. "And you disapprove?" His features tighten. "I merely question your motives. You're risking a direct confrontation with powerful nobles who still hold grudges against you. If Lysandra fails to deliver on controlling her people, or if she betrays you, we could be left more vulnerable than ever." I let silence stretch between us. Razian has served me for years, long enough to speak his mind, albeit carefully. "You doubt my ability to handle a single human woman?" I ask lightly. He shakes his head. "No, but you seem fascinated by her. It's affecting your judgment." A flicker of annoyance sparks in me. I keep my voice level. We've come this far, Razien. I have no intention of letting her slip through my fingers or unravel my plans. Rest assured, my fascination, as you call it, remains secondary to my goal. Razien sighs, though he inclines his head. Very well, but tread carefully. I dismiss him with a nod, turning away. As his footsteps fade, I push open the door leading to a side corridor that connects to Lysandra's chamber. I pass under softly glowing wards that recognize my magical signature. The runes etched into the walls ripple, parting like invisible veils. Another day, another series of games with Lysandra. In the small foyer outside her room, I find Heroine awaiting me. She stands tall, clad in fitted robes of charcoal gray with silver trim. Her pale hair is braided in an ornate style that suggests she expects an important event. Or she's simply preening, as lesser nobles often do. She offers a shallow bow. "My prince," Heroine says, eyes flicking to the closed door ahead. "I hear you plan to escort our human guest through the city." I nod curtly. It's time she sees how Perthos truly functions, and how precarious her position is here. I pause, noting the glint in Heroine's eyes. "You disapprove as well?" She feigns a polite smile. "It's not my place to disapprove, my prince, merely to observe. But you should know, some in the fortress whisper that you've grown soft." Soft. I repeat the word, tasting its absurdity, because I see value where they see a corpse. "Precisely," she murmurs, fiddling with the silver chain at her throat. "And we both know this city worships the hunter, an unyielding deity who respects cunning and ruthlessness. If the rumor spreads that you're calling a rebel..." I let out a short laugh. "Then let them see what my version of soft looks like." My tone edges toward danger. Heroine lowers her gaze, understanding the warning. She steps aside as I approach Lysandra's door. I give one firm knock before pushing it open. Inside, sunlight spills through tall windows, falling upon Lysandra as she stands by a small table. She's dressed in plain black breeches and a fitted tunic, hair braided loosely over her shoulder, exposing the bruises still fading along her neck. The sight sends a subtle jolt of satisfaction, and some unwanted warmth, through me. She looks stronger today, more herself, though still glaring with that fierce brand of defiance. "Good morning," I say. "I trust you slept better than you did in the dungeons." Her gray eyes glint. "Better is relative." She glances at Heroine, whose presence stiffens the air, then back at me. "What do you want?" I ignore her impertinent tone. "We're going for a walk." I tilt my head toward the corridor. "You need to see Perthos beyond these walls." Suspicion flares in her expression. "And if I refuse?" I shrug. "I'll have you escorted by armed guards who relish the chance to remind you of your status. Your choice." She sets her jaw, something like resignation flickering across her features. "Fine. Let's get this over with." I hold out an arm toward the hall, a mockery of chivalry. She sweeps past me without a second glance, and I catch a whiff of soap and something faintly floral that wasn't there yesterday. I don't let myself dwell on it, though a flicker of appreciation stirs in my chest. Heroine lingers outside, offering Lysandra a cold, measuring look. "I'll remain here, my prince," she says softly. "There are administrative matters to attend to." "Of course," I reply. There's no mistaking her subtext. She's giving us space, but she'll be watching for any misstep. Good. She can whisper her observations to the lesser nobles. Let them see how I handle Lysandra. I lead Lysandra down the corridor, the wards parting again at our approach. She tenses every time the runes spark to life, as if expecting them to attack. The corners of my mouth twitch with amusement. She doesn't yet grasp how precisely I control these wards. We descend a short flight of steps, arriving at a side door that opens onto a balcony overlooking the main thoroughfare of Perthos. push open the heavy door and gesture for her to step outside. She does so slowly, her gaze sweeping over the cityscape unfolding below. White sunlight illuminates rows of slate rooftops, decorative spires, and the bustling crowds that fill the streets. Far beyond, the farmland spreads, a patchwork of green and gold dotted with scattered huts. Her posture stiffens at the sight. Perhaps she's recalling her failed rebellion, how close she came to toppling the wards. Or maybe she's thinking of the humans still out there, waiting for her return. I stay silent for a moment, letting her absorb the view. She turns to me. "Why show me this?" I rest my hands on the balcony rail. Perspective. Perthos is more than a fortress. It's a thriving city with commerce, families, religious devotions. You tried to burn it down, but you never truly saw the people who live here, did you? Her lips curl. Are you trying to humanize them for me? I huff a quiet laugh. We're not human, Lysandra. You forget that. She scowls, clearly unamused. You know what I mean. You're painting a sympathetic picture as if I should feel guilty for resisting dark elf oppression. I glance at her sidelong. Not guilt. Understanding. You want to free your kind, but do you realize how deeply the structures of this city run? Even if you succeeded in some grand revolt, you leave chaos in your wake. Humans wouldn't be the only ones who suffer. She crosses her arms, glaring down at the street. Spare me your pity. I've seen how you treat human laborers. I saw the bodies in the courtyard. Chaos already reigns. I don't bother disputing that. Instead, I push off the rail and lead her back inside. We wind through a series of corridors until we emerge in a wide atrium that branches out to the fortress's central courtyard. Guards stationed here bow at my approach, but their eyes narrow on Lysandra. She notices, squaring her shoulders defiantly. I guide her through an ornate archway that opens into the city's main thoroughfare. Towering statues of the hunter, a tall, hooded figure with a bow, line the avenue. Each statue's face is hidden by a cowl, emphasizing the god's predatory nature. The crowds part as we pass, some onlookers gawking at the sight of a human walking so freely beside a dark elf prince. Whispers ripple, prickling the back of my neck. Lysandra stiffens, no doubt sensing the weight of their stares. We come upon a bustling market district near the fortress gates. Stalls of vibrant produce, mana-infused trinkets, and exotic fabrics fill the air with a kaleidoscope of smells and colors. Dark elves haggle, their voices melodic but edged in cunning. Here and there a human servant rushes by, arms laden with parcels. One stumbles, nearly tripping in fear when her gaze meets Lysandra's. Then recognition sparks. She knows who Lysandra is. A flash of hope or terror crosses her face. Lysandra tenses, lips parted. She steps toward the woman instinctively, but I clasp a hand around her arm. Not harshly, but firmly enough to halt her. The onlookers are already murmuring, some with open hostility. You can't just approach them, I say under my breath. Not yet. She glares at me. She's terrified. Why do you think that is? I let out a short sigh. Because she knows if the council sees her interacting with you, she'll face punishment for consorting with a rebel. I'm preventing that. Lysandra's nostrils flare. She wrenches her arm free, but the moment passes. The woman scurries off into the crowd. The market resumes its hum, though a handful of soldiers eye us warily from across the square. Tell me, Lysandra says, voice tight, what grand purpose is this serving, dragging me around to watch my people cower? I gesture for her to follow as I continue walking. I want you to witness the breadth of this city's workings. You rebelled because you believed a single blow could topple it. But Perthos is layered, an entire realm of commerce, devotion, and, yes, oppression. I pause at a smaller shrine to the hunter, where offerings of bones and carved figurines lie scattered. The city's lifeblood is the farmland, the gods and the people's fear. Tear one away and the others react violently. She stares at the shrine, lips pressed thin. So you're telling me it's impossible to break? I'm telling you it requires finesse, not brute force. If you want real change, you need to play the game from within. She scoffs, which is exactly what you're doing, playing a game. I don't deny it. Instead, I lead her through a short side street, flanked by tall, spiraling architecture. Balconies overhead brim with fluttering banners. Dark elf children, few in number, peer down at us curiously, while a pair of batlas, fox-like creatures trained as guard beasts, lounge near an entranceway. They perk up, bearing fangs but remain tethered. As we cross into a quieter square, Razien appears from a side alley, inclining his head. "My prince," he greets. Then his eyes flick to Lysandra. "You're showing her the city?" "Yes," I say. "She needs to see exactly what stands between her and that farmland, how every stone is carefully placed to maintain order." Lysandra bristles. "I'm not some wide-eyed child. I understand well enough how your city stands on the backs of slaves." Razian's gaze shifts between us. He's never been subtle about disliking humans. Be that as it may, humans aren't the only ones laboring. Many dark elves in the lower castes also toil under taxes and decrees. She tilts her head. So even your own kind is oppressed. You must be proud forging such a utopia. I feel the tension spike, so I interject. "Razin, I trust you've heard about the farmland situation?" His shoulders stiffen. "Yes, more rebels in hiding. If you plan to intervene, we should do so soon." Lysandra's eyes flash with interest. "What do you mean by intervene? You found my people?" Razin gives her a cold look. "We know pockets of them remain. The council is considering how best to exterminate them." She rounds on me, heart pounding. I can almost hear it. "You said you'd protect them." I hold her gaze. "I said I'd do what I can, provided you play your part. You have knowledge of their safe houses, do you not?" She pales, anger warring with desperation. "You want me to betray them, so you can round them up yourself?" I let out a slow breath. "I want to ensure they don't walk into a council ambush. If we move quickly, we can offer them refuge, under my terms, before the council initiates a purge. It's that, or watch them die." She clenches her fists. "Your terms!" Which means more chains. Razian shifts, impatience etched on his face. "The alternative is the council's method, public executions." For a moment, Lysandra looks as though she might explode in fury. Then her shoulders sag. She turns away, staring at the intricate patterns on the ground, mosaics depicting the hunter's eternal pursuit of prey. The symbolism isn't lost on me. I step close, lowering my voice so only she can hear. "This is the game I spoke of. You don't have to like it, but if we do nothing, your people will be lost." Her chest rises and falls in rapid breaths. Finally, she swallows, turning those stormy eyes on me. "I need time to think." I nod. "You have until nightfall. After that, I must present a proposal to the council. I can't stall them longer." She glares, then gives a curt nod. "Fine." A tense silence follows. I take the lead, guiding us back toward the fortress gates. The short walk is fraught, every step weighed down by the stares of passers-by, the glances from guards, the faint murmurs that I'm escorting a human rebel around like a favored pet. My blood simmers at their insolence, but I keep my expression composed. As we near the fortress courtyard, Lysandra slows. She looks at me with a mix of anger and something more vulnerable. "Why are you so intent on using me to shape policy here? You claim to hate the council, but you're still dancing to their tune." I stiffen, irritated by her perceptiveness. "I'm dancing to no one's tune but my own. This city reveres the hunter, a god who hunts from the shadows, always controlling the outcome of the chase. Let the council think they hold the upper hand. I'd rather strike from an unseen angle." She tilts her head. "So you're comparing yourself to a god?" I let out a humorless laugh. "Hardly. but I understand the necessity of patience and cunning better than most. Do you? She doesn't answer, but her jaw tightens. I lead her through a side entrance back into the fortress, where the corridors hush any further conversation. Near the base of a spiral staircase, Razian peels away with a polite bow, leaving us alone in the flicker of wall torches. Now we linger in a narrow hall that leads to my private wing, her new domain of captivity, ironically more comfortable than the rest of the fortress. She crosses her arms, gaze fixed on me. That's it, then? Show me the city. Remind me how hopeless things are, then demand I betray my people to you. I arch a brow. I'm not demanding you hand them over on a silver platter. I'm giving you a chance to save them from worse. But yes, you must either trust me or face the consequences. Her throat works as she swallows. I sense the turmoil roiling inside her, loyalty to her cause, revulsion for me, and a grim acceptance that my path might be the only one left. A pang of something too close to pity nudges me, but I push the thought away. She steps closer, the shift of her body stirring the air. I catch a faint adrenaline-laced scent. I hate how you keep cornering me. Yet here you stand. Her chest lifts with a measured inhale. Because I want them safe, even if it means dealing with you. The line of her mouth trembles for a heartbeat, then hardens. I nod. Then we have an understanding. She shakes her head. That's too strong a word. A wry smile tugs at the corner of my mouth. Fair enough. Silence stretches between us, tension coiling like a taut bowstring. I can't deny the spark that flickers in my veins whenever we clash. It's dangerous, addictive, seeing her spirit flare despite everything. A single step closes the distance between us. I can almost taste her anger on the air. You realize, she murmurs, voice low, that if I ever find a chance to take you down, I will. My pulse spikes. I should threaten her in return, remind her of her vulnerable position. Yet the challenge in her eyes inflames me more than any compliance could. You're welcome to try. She exhales, a trembling sound that might be a laugh. Then she turns abruptly, striding away toward her chamber. I watch her go, the sway of her braid against her back, the tension in her posture. When she disappears behind a corner, I release a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The cloying quiet that follows feels oppressive. For a moment, I linger in the hall, running a hand over my jaw. My carefully maintained distance is slipping each time I see that fierce glare, each time I hear her voice steeped in defiance and desperation. It's a precarious line. I need her focused on saving her people, on forging alliances that further my goals, not on feeding whatever sparks between us. That spark burns in me too, an ember I can't entirely quench. With the Lysandra so close, every conversation is laced with an undercurrent of possibility, of violence, betrayal, or something far more carnal. I shake my head, forcing myself to return to the antechamber. I have a meeting with heroine soon, and I must maintain composure. The game demands it. On my way, I consider how the city's devotion to the hunter parallels my own approach. The hunter is revered for patience, for cunning pursuit rather than reckless aggression. That's the role I aim to fill, the unseen force orchestrating events, so that, in the end, I emerge victorious. Let the council bicker. Let Lysandra's rebels cower. Let Lysandra herself think she can fight me or despise me. I'll corral all these moving pieces until they form the perfect tapestry to end my exile once and for all. But as I climb the stairs to my private rooms, a niggling thought persists. She is not just another piece on the board. She's something else, something that could unravel me if I'm not careful. Her will is as relentless as my own, and that entices me in ways I can't afford to indulge. Not when I teeter on the precipice of regaining everything. I push the intrusive notion aside. If my fascination with her is indeed growing, I can weaponize it or bury it. She can remain a tool, powerful, yes, but still mine to control. till I no longer need her, or until she ceases to amuse me. With that cold resolution burning in my chest, I head toward the council wing. The torches on the walls flare as I pass, sign of the fortress's living wards recognizing my rank and letting me move unhindered. My plan is set in motion. Woo the scattered rebels into my protective net, keep Lysandra entangled in my dealings, and ensure the council remains blind to my true intentions. Yet, a sliver of doubt wedges itself in my mind. Am I truly as detached as I claim? Or is Lysandra's unwavering defiance whittling away at the walls I've built? I recall the raw challenge in her eyes mere moments ago, and a surge of restless heat floods my veins. I can handle this, I tell myself. She is a means to an end, nothing more. Still, my heart beats a touch faster than usual, because deep down, I sense that the line between means and obsession grows thinner with every breath. The city may fear the hunter, but in my private domain, I face a hunt of my own making, a captive whose spirit refuses to bow. I vow to keep that dynamic firmly in my grasp, to amuse myself with her struggles without succumbing to any weaker sentiment. Because if I allow my carefully crafted distance to collapse, if I let my fascination become something more, then the precarious web I've spun might unravel under our shared weight. And I cannot afford that. Not now. Steeling my resolve, I stride onward, the fortress corridors echoing with my footsteps. The day is young, and I have many moves yet to make. Above all, I relish the next test of wills that awaits me. Lysandra may not realize it yet, but each step we take, together or apart, draws us further into a game neither of us can truly control. And the primal thrill of that truth fuels me more than any vengeance or promise of power ever could.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 7. Lysandra. I stand by the window in my borrowed chamber, watching daylight stretch across the fortress grounds. Already I miss the wide-open farmland I once considered my battleground. Rough earth under my boots, a horizon that promised a taste of freedom. In here, the air smells of incense, old stone, and a faint floral note that reminds me of Zelith's presence. Despite the soft bed and decent meals, I'm keenly aware that I'm still a captive. This room, though lavish, is a gilded cage. Every flicker of light along the runic walls reminds me there are wards on each door and every archway. Even if I could slip past the guards who loiter outside, I wouldn't make it 20 steps before the spells flared to life. I glance at the table in the corner, where a half-eaten platter of fruit lies. This morning, a servant delivered it under Zelith's orders. My stomach growls at the memory, but the taste of fresh sweetness makes me uneasy. Indulgence should be the last thing on my mind, but the body rarely cares about lofty principles. Survival instincts wage war with pride. In the end, I think bitterly, I ate it all anyway. A sharp knock at the door interrupts my brooding. Before I can respond, it opens. Zelith steps in, quiet as a midnight breeze. He doesn't bother pretending to ask permission. This is his domain, after all. Seeing him now, in the bright swirl of daylight, rattles me more than I care to admit. His obsidian skin gleams, the silver war sigils on his forearms nearly glowing with arcs of power, and his white silver hair is tied in a loose tail that sets off the stark planes of his face. I force myself to meet his gaze. You could wait to be invited, you know. His lips twitch, not quite a smirk. We both know this is my wing, Lysandra. You're a guest here. I bark a humorless laugh. Guest? Keep telling yourself that. He moves closer, the trailing scent of something crisp, like night air over cold water, surrounding him. And how does our guest find her accommodations? In the pit of my stomach, frustration flares. He knows exactly how it feels to be caged, yet he taunts me with these niceties. I prefer to keep my complaints to myself, Your Highness, lest you throw me back in the dungeons for sport. He arches a brow, ignoring my barb. I have more interesting ways to pass time than tormenting you with a cell. My pulse stutters at the dark promise in his tone, and I hate that my body responds with a surge of heated awareness. I glance away, feigning disinterest. So why are you here this time? He leans against the wall, arms crossing leisurely. To see how you're acclimating. I want to retort that I'll never be acclimated to captivity, but I swallow the sarcasm. Instead, I fold my arms, mirroring his stance. I'm alive, fed and bored. Shall we continue pretending it's anything else? He studies me, silver eyes keen. We can skip the pretense if you like. I didn't expect you to be docile. My cheeks burn. You'd be disappointed if I were. His smirk deepens. Undeniably. The air between us crackles, charged with that peculiar tension that's grown over the past days. Each time we speak, it feels like a verbal sword fight, one that neither of us can resist. Tell me something, Lysandra. He tips his head, hair sliding over one shoulder. Have you thought about my offer? I stiffen. Which one? The one concerning your rebels. Either we intercept them and offer some measure of protection, or we let the council get there first. I force my voice to remain steady. I told you, I need time. He nods, pushing off the wall. Time is running short. The council meets tonight, and they'll want proof I can handle you, along with your scattered friends. If I can't provide a plan, they'll push for an all-out purge. My jaw tightens. The thought of my people being rounded up and executed sets my heart racing with fury. But I can't give him everything he wants either. I am no traitor. Tricky, isn't it? He says softly, as though reading my inner turmoil. You fight to keep their secrets, but every moment you hesitate means more casualties if the council intervenes. Bile rises in my throat. Don't pretend you care about casualties. He steps closer, stopping mere inches away. The heat of his body envelops me. I don't. Not in the sense you do. But I care about removing the council's leverage. If saving your rebels from a bloodbath accomplishes that, I'm inclined to do it. My mind churns. I can't just hand over the rebels' positions. Some of them might see me as a monster for cooperating with a dark elf. But if they die, that blood is also on my hands. His gaze flicks to my mouth, then back to my eyes. You're thinking too loudly, he murmurs. I can practically hear the wheels turning in your head. I exhale, bristling at his proximity. Would you step back? He doesn't move. Instead, the corner of his mouth quirks. Afraid of me? Annoyed, I snap, though that's only half the truth. There's an odd flutter beneath my ribs, a sensation I loathe to acknowledge. Surprisingly, he eases away. Fine, but we'll speak again soon about your rebels. For now, I have a simpler request. Great, I mutter, turning toward the window to mask my roiling emotions. What is it now? Come with me, I have an errand of sorts. I glance back at him. An errand? He gives a cryptic shrug. Think of it as a test of your composure. I'd like you to accompany me through part of the fortress, under my watchful eye, of course, and perhaps we'll see how well you handle certain unexpected situations. My skin prickles with suspicion. And if I refuse? Then you'll remain here, bored and caged, and I'll have no choice but to parade you in chains at the next council session to prove you're still under my control. The threat ignites fresh anger. You're a bastard, you know. He dips his head in a mock bow. I've been called worse. Shall we? Gritting my teeth, I grab a cloak from the wardrobe, one of the garments I found earlier. It's a dark, unadorned piece of cloth, but better than walking around the fortress in just breeches and a tunic that mark me as human. I swirl it over my shoulders and tie it tight. He gestures to the door, stepping aside for me to lead. The moment I pass him, I feel a flicker of tension across my back, as if his gaze lingers far too long. I pretend not to notice. We move into the hallway, my boots clicking softly on the polished floor. 2 guards posted near the antechamber start to follow, but Zelith lifts a hand. Stay here, he orders. I'll escort her personally. The guards exchange uncertain glances but obey, stepping aside with murmured acknowledgements. My pulse thrums. Being alone with him in these corridors is almost more unsettling than having an audience. We descend a spiral staircase that leads into a wide hall. Ornate tapestries depicting hunts and conquests line the walls, each with the familiar imagery of the hunter, that hooded deity who thrives on cunning and pursuit. As we pass, I feel an odd tug inside me, like a whisper of warning. This entire fortress is a stage for cruelty, I remind myself. At the corridor's end, a large metal gate stands open. Beyond it, I glimpse a sprawling courtyard filled with motion, soldiers sparring, lesser courtiers crossing from one wing to another, and at the far side, an enclosed garden shimmering with arcs of mana. Zelith steers me toward the garden. Mana lamps cast swirling patterns across the greenery, a variety of exotic flora that glows faintly in dim light, even though it's midday. Tall hedges form winding paths, each twist and turn revealing a new arrangement of strange blossoms. The air is thick with the scent of sweet pollen and something electric. Residual magic, I suspect. He stops at an archway draped in vines. Wait here, he says, scanning the area. I frown. Why? Before he can answer, a scrawny young dark elf, hardly more than a boy, comes racing down the garden path, arms full of scrolls. He skids to a halt upon spotting Zelith, fumbling as he bows. My prince, he stammers. Zelith's expression chills. You're late. My apologies, the youth says, panting. It's the new rosters. You requested them from the Kasheng keepers for farmland shipments. I watch, curiosity piqued. Rosters for farmland shipments, possibly records of how many humans are assigned to each field. That could prove valuable if I want to locate pockets of rebels. I step closer, but Zelith flicks a warning glance at me, as though telling me not to pry. He takes the scrolls, flipping through them. The boy trembles under his scrutiny. Did you ensure every name is accounted for? Zelith demands. The boy nods rapidly. Yes, my prince. I cross-checked with the Merchant Guild's logs. Zelith grunts, rolling the scrolls. Good. Then, in a softer tone, now get out of here. The boy bows so low I fear he'll topple, then darts away, nearly colliding with a manicured hedge. I arch a brow at Zelith once we're alone again. Farmland shipments? Supplies, resources, everything that ensures Perthos runs smoothly, he says, tucking the scrolls into a leather satchel at his belt. Don't worry, I'll share if it becomes relevant. I snort. So magnanimous. Did you bring me here just to watch you discipline your scribe? A faint smirk. Not entirely. Walk with me. We continue down the winding path, the hush of the garden enveloping us. Magic-infused flowers shimmer in vibrant blues and purples, their stems occasionally pulsing as though alive. A flicker of motion at the corner of my vision startles me, a tendril of vine shifting when I'm not looking. I blink, but it's still again. Zelith glances sidelong at me. Nervous? Hardly. I force a scoff, though my skin prickles. This place feels saturated in arcane energies. I sense something stirring in the air, he murmurs, stepping closer to a cluster of bell-shaped blossoms. He runs a gloved finger along one petal, and it glows faintly with violet luminescence. Mana, perhaps, but it feels different. A strange flutter stirs in my chest. Could it be me? For the past day or so, I've experienced odd flashes, like the hallways shifting in and out of focus, or guards momentarily slack-jawed when I speak. I've chalked it up to exhaustion, trauma, or maybe illusions conjured by my resentful imagination. But last night, I caught a guard spinning in place after I murmured a half-formed curse under my breath, as if he heard a command that no one else did. A chill sweeps through me. Number, don't be foolish. Humans can't sense mana like your kind, I say, skirting the question. He studies me carefully. No, typically they can't. Our gazes lock. My throat tightens. Does he suspect something about these incidents? He's too sharp to ignore them if they happen again. We continue walking, our footsteps echoing on the cobbled path. A pair of fortress guards emerges from a side gate, crossing our path. They nod at Zelith but cast dark, wary looks at me. One guard's gaze lingers on my face, a sneer tugging at his lips. Trouble, my prince? The guard asks, eyes flicking between us. No, Zelith replies smoothly. Simply escorting my companion through the gardens. The guard's sneer deepens at the word companion. My temper flares, and a biting retort bubbles in my throat. Before I can speak, a flicker of sensation radiates from my chest, like a jolt of heat mingled with a swirl of dizziness. My lips part, but no real words form, just a pulse of intangible force. The guard's eyes glaze over for a split second, mouth opening as though he's been struck. His partner nudges him, frowning. Hey, you all right? He blinks rapidly, stepping back in confusion. Then he clears his throat, face reddening. Sorry, must be the heat. I stare, heart pounding. What was that? Zelith's attention zeroes in on me, silver eyes narrowing. Is something wrong? I say in a rush, desperate to feign ignorance. His lips tighten. He doesn't respond immediately, just waves the guards on. They hurry away, throwing uneasy glances over their shoulders. My skin tingles with the aftershock of whatever just happened. Did I enthrall him, if only for a second? The very idea chills my blood. Zelith steps closer, voice low. Lysandra, what did you do? I bristle, forcing a casual shrug. I didn't do anything. He just spaced out. He studies me like a puzzle he's dying to solve. That wasn't normal. Maybe he's incompetent, I retort, trying to hide my trembling hands by folding them under my cloak. You'd know better than I. An uneasy silence hangs between us. Finally, he exhales, leading me further along the path. The tension coils, thick and pressing. We reach a secluded alcove where a stone bench stands beside a shallow pond. Mana lamps cast shifting patterns on the water's surface, and tiny fish dart beneath lily pads that glow faintly pink. He halts, turning to face me fully. I've noticed moments, he says carefully, when your presence seems to unsettle those around you. I wonder if you're aware of it. My heart races. He's dangerously perceptive. I'm well aware I unsettle them. I'm a human rebel in a fortress full of dark elves. He shakes his head. That's not what I mean, and you know it. I grit my teeth. Then speak plainly. He studies my face, as though searching for cracks. You claim humans can't sense mana, Yet I've caught you glancing at illusions in the corridors, reacting to subtle shifts like a sorcerer would. And just now, that guard. It was as if something tugged at his mind. My stomach churns. I can't let him see how much this unnerves me. Hallucinations from stress, I say, forcing my voice level. Being stuck in this fortress is enough to drive anyone half mad. His gaze darkens. You're lying. The flat conviction in his tone rattles me, but I keep my features schooled in defiance. Even if I were, why do you care? Unless you think I can overshadow you with some hidden power? A bitter note creeps into my voice. The idea that I, a battered human, could pose a genuine magical threat to a dark elf prince is almost laughable. Except, a whisper in my mind insists it might be possible. He moves closer, the space between us shrinking until I can almost feel the heat rolling off him. The cool air of the garden mingles with his crisp scent, stirring something uneasy and electric inside me. Humour me, he says softly. If you did have some latent power, it would be in your best interest to share it with me rather than let the council discover it. They'd see it as grounds for immediate execution. I clench my jaw, my pulse thundering. What if he's right? If the council found out humans could wield magic, they'd react with brutal efficiency. I let out a harsh breath. So you're offering protection if I confess to something that might not even exist? He cocks his head, gaze tracing the lines of my face. Is it so unthinkable that you possess abilities you never imagined? The world is vast, and the sirens... He breaks off abruptly, but my ears catch that final word. My heart jolts. Sirens? That's a myth, right? His lips press into a tight line. Some claim so, but I've read accounts suggesting otherwise. A swirl of fear and strange excitement churns within me. Sirens were said to enthrall with their voices, to manipulate minds. If that's more than legend, and I share some blood with them, no, that's absurd. Still, my heart hammers, recalling how the guard's eyes glazed over. I force a laugh, shaky but determined. You think I'm a siren, next you'll accuse me of sprouting wings. He doesn't smile. Joke if you wish, but be mindful. Legends sometimes carry a grain of truth. Should the council suspect any trace of siren magic, they'd call for your head without hesitation. The siren blood was supposedly wiped out for a reason. My stomach twists. You're serious? He lifts a shoulder in a fluid shrug. I deal in possibilities. For now, keep your secrets if you must. But if you cause more magical accidents, I won't be able to hide it. Anger flares, anger at the situation, at him, at the possibility my own body might betray me. Maybe I want the council to see, I retort. I'm sick of playing by your rules. He regards me with that infuriating calm. This fortress would devour you if you tried. He hesitates, glancing away, as though checking for eavesdroppers. I prefer to keep you alive, Lysandra, even if you drive me mad in the process. There's a hint of something in his tone that jolts me, a raw edge. I swallow, realising we stand mere inches apart. My next breath stutters, and I force myself to hold his stare. The tension hums, a reminder that behind our mutual hostility lies a disconcerting awareness. Careful, Zelith, I say, trying to sound bold. Your fascination is showing. A faint, humourless chuckle. Takes one to know one, does it not? The second those words leave his lips, my chest tightens. Is he right? Am I equally fixated on him, despite my hate? My mind rebels against the notion, yet my traitorous heartbeat thrums. Shall we go? I bite out, stepping back. He nods, though his gaze lingers on my face. Let's. We exit the garden, tension spinning in the wake of our footsteps. In the corridors, more soldiers pass, some saluting Zelith with a clenched fist to the chest. I'm thankful for the cloak's hood, which I pull up to conceal my features. Whispers follow us, speculation about the human woman under the exiled prince's wing. He leads me around a sharp turn, into a narrower passage lit by flickering manor lamps. The path slopes downward, the air chilling. My guard goes up. It's reminiscent of the route to the dungeons. "Where are we going?" I ask. "You'll see," he replies. Patience. My jaw clenches. Every step intensifies the hush until we reach a set of double doors carved with an elaborate crest, a serpent wound around a sword. House Veranthes' symbol, no doubt. Zelith touches the latch, mana shimmering as wards dissolve. Inside I find a broad room lined with shelves of tomes, crates and bundled scrolls. It smells of old parchment, leather, and the faint tang of dust. A single table occupies the centre, with scattered documents pinned in place by weights shaped like miniature gargoyles. Zelith shuts the door, effectively sealing us in. Mana lamps flare brighter, illuminating rows of ledgers and records. My brow furrows. This is some kind of archive. He moves to the table, setting the farmland rosters he received earlier among the scattered papers. I do a fair amount of my behind-the-scenes work here. Suspicion gnaws at me. Why show me your private archive? You must realise I could glean valuable intel from this. He meets my gaze calmly. I want you to glean it. Let's call it an incentive for cooperation. If you help me keep the council at bay, you might find information that could ease the plight of your rebels. I cross my arms, uncertain. And you're trusting me not to burn the place? If you did, you'd lose the very intel that might save your people, he says lightly. Besides, I suspect you want to preserve knowledge that could be used against me, not destroy it. I stiffen. So you're letting me see your secrets to gain leverage over me? Typical. He shakes his head. Not leverage. Consider it an exchange of possible benefits. I can't stand the council's tyranny. You can't stand seeing humans oppressed. Perhaps we can find solutions within these records to restructure farmland assignments, or manipulate supply lines to provide safe hiding spots. My heart lurches. If that's true, it's a lifeline for the rebels. But can I trust him not to twist any plan we devise? All right, I say slowly, stepping forward to glance at the table. Maps of farmland zones sprawl across the surface, dotted with small runic notations. Some correspond to wards, others to resource distribution. I spot a column listing worker quotas, numbers that represent living, breathing people. My stomach churns at how easily they're reduced to figures. Zelith hovers near, silent as I scan the documents. I catch glimpses of coded references, maybe routes for shipping Torah meat, or supply caravans travelling at specific intervals. If these caravans are lightly guarded, the rebels could intercept them for resources. But do I dare risk another skirmish? My eyes flick to a side ledger detailing farmland expansions. Some areas mention unsanctioned infiltration. Likely that's referencing my rebels. A pang of grief spears my chest. We used to be so careful, yet we were outmanoeuvred. I swallow hard. So you're giving me a chance to help shape the council's approach? In a manner of speaking, Zelith confirms, crossing his arms, if we can quietly rehabilitate or reroute certain rebellious cells, the council won't see cause for a mass cull. You might salvage some of your people. I can't deny the grim relief that floods me. Some is better than none, but a coil of distrust remains. And in return, you get what you want, credibility, maybe even an end to your exile. He offers a tight nod. Yes. We regard each other across the table, tension thick. My mind whirls with the possibilities. If I can direct him to the rebels most in need, if I can ensure no one else is betrayed, maybe we can bide time to gather strength. The hush in the room crackles with unspoken uncertainty. The notion of working with him makes my skin crawl, yet desperation demands I consider it. After a moment, he exhales. That's enough for now. The day grows long and you look ready to collapse under the weight of your moral quandary. I bristle at his condescending tone. Don't speak like you know me. His eyes flick over me, unreadable. I learn more about you every day. You'd be wise to learn about me as well, if you hope to survive. I set my jaw. Believe me, I'm paying attention. The corner of his mouth lifts in a half smile, dangerous and strangely enticing. I trust you are. He gestures toward the door. Shall I escort you back to your room? A spark of rebellion flares within me, but I can't exactly roam the fortress alone. This is the trap. My entire life is pinned under his watchful presence. Fine, I say through clenched teeth. Lead on, Prince. We exit the archive, and the wards shimmer into place behind us. The halls are quieter now, less foot traffic, more flickering torches that cast elongated shadows. Each step echoes, reminding me how easily the fortress could swallow me if I stray. A figure rounds the corner ahead, nearly colliding with us. It's heroine, robed in a deep blue fabric shot with silver threads. She inclines her head at Zelith, but her gaze slides over me with thinly veiled contempt. My prince, she says in a silky voice. I was just looking for you. The council inquired about your progress with our rebellious guest. Her eyes flick to me again, and I sense her satisfaction at the mild flush in my cheeks. Zelith's expression remains cool. You can tell them I'm handling it. They'll see the results soon enough. Heroine's lips curve. I'll do just that. Then she lowers her voice, leaning slightly toward him. Shall I inform Lady Elysium about your absence at tomorrow's feast? Or do you intend to attend with your new companion? My heart stumbles. A feast? Zelith's jaw tightens. Tomorrow's feast is the least of my concerns right now. Heroine arches a brow, as though filing away that response. Then she steps aside, clearing our path. As you say. Good day, Prince Zelith. Lysandra. She sweeps off, leaving behind the faintest scent of exotic incense. The air crackles with tension. I shoot Zelith a sidelong look. A feast, Another grand display of dark elf decadence while humans starve in the farmland. He gives me a measured look. It's a political function, hardly relevant to your immediate predicament. Anger simmers under my skin. Everything you do is relevant to me. My life depends on your every move. A flicker of regret crosses his features, so brief I almost miss it. I never claimed this arrangement was fair. Silence drapes between us, thick as the fortress walls. We continue down the corridor, arriving at the door to my chamber. For a moment, we both stand there, neither moving. Stay in your room for tonight. I'll notify you if anything changes with the farmland or the council's timeline. My lips press into a thin line. And if I want to wander? His gaze hardens. Then you'll find yourself confronted by wards and suspicious guards. You might enthrall one or two, if that's indeed what's happening, but not all. The fortress will crush you. My stomach tightens at his blunt warning, especially the way he hints again at my potential enthralment. He's not letting that go, is he? Without waiting for my reply, he steps forward, opening the door. I slip inside, bracing myself for some parting taunt, but he simply meets my gaze with an intensity that makes my heart skip. Rest, he murmurs. We'll talk again soon. I swallow, nodding stiffly. Then the door closes between us, wards humming. I'm alone. Exhaling shakily, I pace the chamber, mind a whirl of conflicting emotions. I want to hate him wholeheartedly, to see him as the same kind of monster who destroyed my rebellion. But he's not quite that simple, is he? His offers, while self-serving, do hint at some twisted path to preserving human lives. My gaze wander to the tall mirror across from the bed. I approach it, half expecting my reflection to warp or shimmer. But it's just me. Black hair in a loose braid, bruises shadowing my jaw, eyes edged with exhaustion. Is there truly siren blood in these veins? The notion would have been laughable a week ago, but after everything I've witnessed. A pang tightens my chest. If it's true, my magic might be the only weapon I have in this fortress. But using it without understanding it is like juggling lit torches, dangerous and unpredictable. Should I try to harness it, or keep it buried? Laying a palm on the mirror's surface, I let my eyes drift shut. A faint tingle flares in my core, as if responding to my anxious thoughts. The memory of that guard's dazed expression floods me, followed by Zelith's laser-like scrutiny. Slowly I open my eyes. My reflection stares back, calm on the surface, turmoil beneath. I might survive. I might even save some rebels, but at what cost to my soul? Shoving those thoughts aside, I sink onto the bed. My head throbs with the day's barrage of new threats, new bargains. The memory of Zelith's proximity lingers, as does the vexing warmth that pools in my belly whenever he leans too close. It's just adrenaline, I tell myself, just the confusion of captivity. But no matter how many times I repeat it, a small voice whispers that my fascination is real, a lethal spark dancing between predator and prey. I mustn't lose my head. Curling onto my side, I stare at the flickering torches outside the window. My life has become a twisted dance with a dark prince who sees me as both tool and temptation. The lines blur, each step tangled in power and unspoken yearnings. I vow to keep my secrets until I grasp enough leverage. The illusions, if that's what they are, remain half-formed, but they might be a key. If I can refine them, I could slip out of this fortress or bend a guard to retrieve messages for me. Carefully, Lysandra, I remind myself. One misstep, and you're done. Thoughts spin until weariness drags me under. I drift into a restless doze, haunted by half-dreams of swirling manor lights, farmland in flames, and silver eyes studying me with predatory intent. When I wake, the chamber is dim with evening shadows. My mouth is dry, my body stiff. Rising, I wander to the table and pick at the remnants of fruit. Still sweet. It calms the gnawing hunger. A sense of watchfulness pervades the room, as though wards or eyes beyond these walls keep vigil. My skin prickles, remembering how Zelith said he's not entirely alone in wanting me locked tight. Iroran, Razian, gods know how many more. I shuffle to the window and press my palms against the cool glass. Outside, Perthos's spires glimmer under the setting sun, the city swathed in bruised purple light. Somewhere out there, the farmland watchers close in on the rebels I once led. By tomorrow, a decision must be made. An ache lodges in my chest as I recall the day's events. The push-pull with Zelith intensifies each time we speak, like magnets we can't align, forcibly repelling yet inescapably drawn. I wrap my arms around myself, shutting my eyes. I won't let my people die because of my pride. If that means forging a devil's bargain with Zelith, so be it. But I'll do it on my terms, illusions or no illusions. In the hush of my chamber, I vow that no matter how fierce our verbal sparring or how unsettling the flickers of attraction, I'll hold tight to the core of who I am. If Zelith thinks to enthrall me as thoroughly as these wards entrap me, he'll discover the cost of underestimating a woman who has nothing left to lose. A shaky breath escapes me. The tension in my limbs refuses to subside, and my mind still buzzes with uncertain magic. So I remain by the window, letting night fall, waiting for the inevitable next step in this twisted dance. Because the longer we exchange these heated glances, the deeper we wade into an undercurrent of danger, desire, and shifting power that might very well consume us both, and I'm not sure which of us will emerge triumphant, or if we'll both burn.
Chapter 8. Zelith. I stand on the threshold of a long, gleaming corridor in the heart of Perthos fortress, forcing my breathing to remain steady. On either side of me, tall columns carved with serpentine motifs reflect flickering torchlight, making it appear as though the shadows slither across the walls. Despite the grandeur, a coil of unease tightens in my gut. The Dark Elf Council has summoned me. Again. Their message arrived at dawn, an ultimatum wrapped in formalities. They want answers about Lysandra, and they're done waiting. My footfalls echo like a herald of bad news as I cross the polished floor. 2 guards stationed outside the council chambers stiffen when I approach. They wear the insignia of King Throsh's personal garrison, dark tabards embroidered with the emblem of the hunter, a hooded figure with a drawn bow. Their eyes track me warily, as if they suspect I might conjure shadows to slit their throats at any moment. One guard gestures to the large, rune-bound doors. "The council awaits, Prince Zelith." He speaks my title in a clipped tone, not quite insolent, but also devoid of warmth. I tilt my head, acknowledging them briefly before touching the door's central sigil. Mana flares, reading my signature, then the wards unlock with a hiss. The door swings inward, revealing a semicircular hall draped in thick tapestries. A ring of council members sits perched on elevated seats, arranged around the perimeter. Each seat bears the crest of its occupant's ancestral line, from lesser houses to the more influential families that shape Dark Elf politics. The tension in the air is palpable. Whispers die the instant I step into the circle. I feel their collective scrutiny like an oppressive weight pressing on my shoulders. A slender figure at the middle of the arc stands, brushing off her elaborate robes. Lady Sharavel, one of the more vocal counselors who opposed my return to Perthos, her eyes narrow. "Prince Zelith Varanthe," she intones, voice carrying across the dome chamber. "You grace us with your presence at last." I offer a short bow, keeping my expression neutral. "Counselors, I received your summons." She gestures for me to come forward, and I do so, stopping in the middle of the floor where a mosaic of the 13 pantheons sprawls in swirling lines of color. Torchlight overhead catches the black lacquered arcs in the tile, making them glimmer like fresh ink. Sharavel presses her lips into a thin line. "We've heard troubling whispers. Your lenience regarding the human rebel. Perhaps you care to explain why she yet breathes." I meet her gaze evenly. Lysandra Riven's execution might serve the bloodlust of a few, but it would do little to prevent further unrest among the farmland laborers. She's more valuable alive, so I can glean information that might stabilize our production lines and quell the rebellion more permanently. A low murmur sweeps through the council seats. Some nod in reluctant agreement, others maintain scowls. Lord Kalthos, a formidable figure with braided white hair, leans forward. "That was your explanation a 10-day ago, Prince Zelith," he says, voice rough. "You assured us you'd extract details of the rebellion swiftly. Instead, we hear rumors that she's treated comfortably, roaming the fortress on your arm. Is that wise?" "Comfort," I echo, letting a hint of irony tinge my voice. "She remains under constant watch. I allow her short walks for morale and cooperation. A caged dog is more likely to bite, after all." A few counselors exchange intrigued glances. They understand the logic of controlling a prisoner with subtlety rather than outright brutality. Some do it themselves behind closed doors, but Charvel doesn't look convinced. She arches a brow. "And have you gleaned anything of substance from her? Or is this indulgence of yours purely for show?" Anger simmers in my chest. I clench my fists behind my back, determined not to let them see how her condescension grates on me. It's a process. Humans are stubborn, especially those who believe in a cause. If I broke her too quickly, we'd risk inciting her allies to even more desperate measures. Sharavel's lips curl. "Your father, the late Lord Varanthe, would never have tolerated such excuses." A fresh wave of tension clamps around my ribs at the mention of my father. I allow a small, dangerous smile to ghost my lips. My father ruled in different times, Lady Sharavel. The farmland is more vital than ever, especially with the new expansions. A rash execution could spark sabotage that sets us all back. Or have you forgotten the fiasco in the Western Fields? Her eyes flash with annoyance. The Western Fields fiasco, a bungled crackdown that resulted in burned crops, still weighs on the Council's pride. Lord Perthos clears his throat, drawing attention away from Sharavel's glowering face. Fine. We can tolerate your method, within reason. But we need progress, Varanthi. The Council demands results, not endless delays. I nod slowly. I've already uncovered leads about certain rebel enclaves. They're scattered, desperate, and less likely to mount a major offensive. Given time, I can either incorporate them into the workforce or eliminate them quietly. A stout counselor named Draylen speaks up, drumming ring-laden fingers on the arm of his seat. The farmland watchers are restless. They expect a show of strength. If you coddle this human any longer, they might question your loyalty. My jaw ticks at the insinuation. Questioning my loyalty is a mistake they can ill afford. Let me be clear. I intend to secure these rebels, one way or another. A soft ripple of agreement moves through the semicircle. Yet I sense their impatience, their thirst for swift, brutal solutions. Fools, I think. They'd sooner slaughter every human than address the root cause of rebellion. If they discover Lysandra might harbor actual magic, specifically something as fearsome as siren blood, they demand her head on a pike immediately, no matter the consequences. And that's precisely what I must prevent. Sharavel folds her arms. Then we await your triumph, Prince Zelith, but not indefinitely. You have a 10-day to produce tangible evidence of progress, or at least a public humiliation of this rebel. If you fail, we'll step in ourselves. Her threat hangs in the air. Tension crackles along my spine, but I keep my tone even. A 10-day is sufficient. You'll have your proof. With that, she dismisses me, clearly not wanting to prolong the discussion further. I offer a curt bow, then turn on my heel. My footsteps echo across the chamber, heartbeat thrumming as I pass back into the corridor. The guard posted their glances at me, wide-eyed, but I stride past without a word. Outside, the corridor empties into a courtyard bathed in pale midday light. I inhale, trying to purge the memory of that council inquisition. They're losing patience. My lenience with Lysandra has them convinced I'm either enamored with her or incompetent. Possibly both. But she's no ordinary captive, that much I sense. If she truly wields hidden power, handing her over would be a catastrophic mistake, for her and for me. The crisp air is a slight relief as I exit into one of the fortress's open terraces. The vantage offers a view of Perthos' cityscape, slender spires, labyrinthine streets, and the farmland in the distance. My mind churns. A familiar presence sidles up behind me. Heroine, her silver hair pulled into an intricate twist, stands poised with her arms folded. I take it the council meeting was pleasant? Her tone drips with false sympathy. I let out a low exhale. They want Lysandra delivered soon. Alive, dead, or otherwise humiliated, they don't care. Heroine inclines her head. And what do you want? To keep them off my back until I can maneuver properly. I glance sideways at her. Do you doubt my strategy, Heroine? She shakes her head, though her eyes remain guarded. Not exactly. But rumors swirl that you're entranced by your human toy. My lip curls. Rumors are rarely accurate. Her mouth quirks, almost a smile. Indeed, but rumors shape perception, and perception shapes policy. She isn't wrong. If the council believes I'm enthralled by a mere human, they'll see it as a sign of weakness. They have no idea how precarious my position truly is. Heroine drops her voice. It said Lysandra might have unnatural abilities. People talk about how some guards lose focus around her, how illusions seem to flicker in her wake. My spine stiffens. Gossip can be dangerous, Auroran. Encourage them to hush such talk. Her eyebrows lift. You forget I have no authority over rumors. And if even half are true, we must address the possibility, for your own sake. I grit my teeth. Noted. She lingers a moment studying me. Then with a slight bow, she retreats into the fortress halls, leaving me alone with my roiling thoughts. If the whispers about Lysandra's budding magic continue, the Council will want to dissect her for every ounce of threat. And if they discover siren blood specifically... I swallow hard. The history of siren blood is horrific enough that the Dark Elves in previous eras waged campaigns to wipe them out. Turning on my heel, I head toward the corridor that leads back to my private wing. I need to speak with Lysandra, gauge how much she knows about her own abilities. The Council's breathing down my neck, and I have less than a 10-day to produce some performance of control over her rebellion. I can't do that if she's on the verge of unleashing powers that overshadow my cunning. The fortress corridors flicker with torches as I stride, each station of armed soldiers saluting stiffly. I pass by the chamber where scribes keep rosters of farmland labor, then climb the spiral staircase that leads to my domain. Outside Lysandra's door, 2 guards stand at attention. They bow as I approach. I'll speak with her alone, I say, touching the warded lock. The runes spark, recognizing me, and the door groans open. Inside, Lysandra stands near a table, arms crossed. She's wearing a simple dark tunic and breeches, her hair braided back. A faint bruise still lingers on her jaw, but it's fading. Her storm-gray eyes flick to me, and that stubborn defiance flares as always. Busy morning? She says, voice edged with sarcasm. You look as though you've wrestled a serpent. I close the door behind me, leaning against it. The Council. They're eager for your head. She lifts her chin. Yes, I figured as much. So what's your plan? March me onto a public stage so they can hurl rotten fruit at me? A humorless laugh escapes me. They want more than fruit thrown. They want you broken or dead. I convinced them to wait a 10-day, but they require results. Either you yield information about your scattered rebels, or they'll intervene with a purge in the farmland. She pales. I see the flicker of fear overshadowed by outrage. A purge. Because that's simpler than addressing any real injustice, I suppose. My jaw tightens. Don't you see? This is exactly what I warned you about. The Council is more interested in short-term brutality than long-term stability. Her eyes burn. Then help me protect them. You're the only one in this fortress who has the power to do so, right? I push off the door, crossing the room until I stand a pace away. The tension between us is immediate, an electric current that hums in the silence. I can't protect them if you hide everything, Lysandra. She scowls, though her posture wilts slightly. If I hand over their locations, how do I know you won't just capture them all and force them into labor? Or kill them quietly? I sweep through my locks, a spike of frustration mingling with something else, an odd desire to soothe her fears. I won't guarantee they'll be free, but it's better than a large-scale cull. Work with me and we can orchestrate a solution that spares most of them. The alternative is a bloodbath. Her lips press tight, warring with the inevitability. Finally, she exhales. I'll consider it, but I need time to think. No, don't start. I know time is short. Just give me a day. Let me see if there's a strategic way to direct you to the rebels who might be open to negotiation. I nod, relieved she's at least not dismissing the option outright. Fine, but there's another matter we must address. Her brow furrows. Which is? I hesitate, scrutinizing her. Your illusions. The odd lapses you cause in guards, the flickers of magic around you. People have noticed. The Council is hearing whispers. Her eyes widen momentarily, then narrow in defiance. They're just rumors. Rumors that could kill you. If the Council suspects you're anything more than a mundane rebel, they'll end this charade instantly. She swallows, gaze flicking to the side. I don't know what's happening. Sometimes I get these surges of heat or a dizzy feeling. Then people look at me strangely. I recall the guard in the garden who glazed over at her half-formed words. My pulse quickens. You must learn to control it, whatever it is. If you slip up in front of the wrong person, they'll accuse you of forbidden magic. She huffs a bitter laugh, as if your entire race doesn't thrive on magic. Dark elf magic is sanctioned by the ancient pacts with the 13. A human wielding it, especially something that might enthrall or subvert minds, that's an abomination in their eyes. She flinches at the word abomination, then sets her jaw. So how do I hide it? I can't exactly request a tutor in arcane illusions. My mind races, sifting through possibilities. For now, bury it. Resist the urge to lash out verbally when you're angry. If you feel that surge, try to breathe through it. Think of nothing, or better yet, think of something that calms you. She snorts. Calms me? In this fortress? You must be joking. I spread my hands, exasperated. We don't have many options. You want to survive, you must suppress it. At least until we can figure out exactly what you're dealing with. Silence falls, thick with tension. Outside the window, the sky darkens with storm clouds rolling in from the west. She watches me with a mix of suspicion and reluctant trust. How bizarre that a rebel who once tried to burn Perthos now stands on the precipice of sharing her most dangerous secret with me. Fine, she finally concedes. I'll do my best to rein it in. But if it surges without warning, my throat constricts. Then pray it happens where no one else sees, or at least that I'm there to cover for you. Her gaze drops, shoulders sagging. Understood. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The hush accentuates the soft patter of rain beginning to drum against the fortress walls. In this small, private bubble, she looks more vulnerable than I've seen her before, eyes shadowed, brows drawn. A surge of conflicted emotion rushes through me. She's dangerous, yes, but also alone in a place that would kill her for existing. I step forward, pressing a hand lightly against her upper arm. Her breath catches, and I see the flick of fear and something else in her eyes. I'm not your enemy, I murmur. Not right now. She trembles beneath my touch, but she doesn't pull away. You're still a dark elf prince playing a twisted game. That's something I can't forget. I don't ask you to forget, just to see that we both stand to gain from cooperation. My voice drops, unbidden softness creeping in. I won't let them tear you apart. It wouldn't be good politics. Her lips twist wryly. So it's all about politics? A breath hitches in my chest. Yes, I say, even though a small voice inside of me asks if that's entirely true. I linger a moment too long, feeling the heat of her skin through the fabric. Then I withdraw my hand, adopting a neutral stance. Rest for now. We'll reconvene in the morning. By tomorrow evening I need something tangible to appease the council. She nods stiffly, a flicker of tension crossing her face. I'll see what I can piece together without betraying everyone I care about. I incline my head. A fine line to walk, indeed. Her expression flickers with a hint of grim humor. I've been walking fine lines my whole life. Without another word, I turn to the door, pausing only to glance back at her. She stands in the dim lamplight, cloak falling in subdued folds around her slender frame. The flickering glow catches on her stormy eyes, and an unfamiliar pang resonates in my chest. Don't get drawn in, I remind myself, forcibly shutting down the swirl of conflicting desire. I exit the chamber, the wards rippling closed behind me. The guards out front straighten at my appearance, though they say nothing. Rain drums on the fortress's high windows, an incessant patter that mirrors the rush of my turbulent thoughts. I head toward my own quarters, mind sifting through all that must be done. I have a 10-day to present the council with progress. Lysandra has a day to decide how she'll handle the farmland rebels. In the meantime, her powers loom like a lit fuse, threatening to detonate. When I reach my private suite, I'm not surprised to find Razian waiting inside, arms folded. He lifts his gaze, tension etched into his stance. So? The council's demands? I toss my cloak onto a nearby chair. They give me a 10-day. Either produce results or they'll intervene. Razian grimaces. That's not much time. Plenty if Lysandra cooperates. She'll feed me a lead on the rebels soon. He arches a brow. You sound confident. I force a dry laugh. Confidence is the only currency we have right now. He steps forward, lowering his voice. Word on the corridor says Ioran caught wind of a rumor that Lysandra might... I know, I cut in, rubbing my temple. Her illusions, the enthralment, the council sniffing around. If they confirm anything beyond typical human abilities, we're finished. Razian exhales slowly. Be careful, my prince. I shoot him a pointed look. Always. But we need to accelerate plans. Have someone quietly spread the notion that Lysandra's rebellious spirit is fading, that she's cooperating more each day. That should quell immediate suspicions of hidden magic. He nods. I'll see it done. A pause hangs between us. Then he clears his throat. And your personal dealings with her? Are they in check? My gaze snaps to his. What do you mean? He shrugs cautiously. Just that some say your interest goes beyond politics. I'm only concerned about your focus. She's a human, after all, and a rebel at that. I grind my teeth, a flush of anger creeping up. My reasons are my own. So long as I achieve the goal, keeping the council at bay, my personal dealings are irrelevant. He bows slightly, though his eyes still hold a trace of concern. As you say, I'll leave you to it. With that, Razian departs, footsteps fading into the corridor. Alone now, I stand in the middle of my chamber, staring at the runic patterns on the walls. My thoughts swirl back to Lysandra's face moments ago, how her defiance wavered, revealing a glimpse of genuine fear. Don't let sympathy blind you, I berate myself. She's a tool, an ally of circumstance. But the memory of her closeness lingers, the brush of her arm under my palm, a fleeting reminder that beyond the political game, there's a potent spark between us. I pace to the window. Rain streaks the glass, smearing the view of Perthos' labyrinthine streets below. Light glimmers on the drenched rooftops, and in the distance the farmland is shrouded in gloom, a reflection of how precarious everything stands. If Lysandra truly wields something akin to siren blood, the entire fortress stands on a precipice. The council's thirst for control will clash violently with any sign of forbidden power. War, or at least brutal purges, could follow in an instant. Despite the logic that demands I remain emotionally distant, I can't shake the memory of her tremulous voice saying she doesn't know what's happening to her. For a heartbeat, I'd felt the urge to reassure her, to promise protection beyond political necessity. That unsettles me more than the council's threats. Lightning flashes outside, illuminating my reflection in the glass. Obsidian skin, silver hair, war sigils that mark me as a noble exiled by his own people. I have my own grudges, my own ambitions. Lysandra is a piece on the board that might tip the entire game in my favor, or destroy me if I lose control. A thunderclap reverberates. I close my eyes, forcing my mind to settle. I must remain calm, cunning, unaffected. The Council of the Hunter emphasizes patience, a predator waiting for the perfect moment. That's me, or so I've always believed. Yet now, a day doesn't pass without her face intruding into my thoughts, her fiery retorts echoing through my mind. The tension strung between us thrums like a taut wire, half threat, half something else. Another rumble of thunder shakes the glass. The rainfall intensifies, and I watch sheets of it cascade down. The hour is late, but I can't rest. The Council's demands weigh on me. Lysandra's precarious magic hovers at the periphery, and a swirl of conflicting urges churn in my core. At last, I tear myself from the window. My desk holds an array of documents, farm rosters, political treatises, half-burned letters detailing hidden alliances. Mechanically, I sift through them, searching for any thread that might help me craft a believable plan to present at the next council meeting. If I can detail a strategy to integrate the rebels or root them out covertly, the council might hold off on open slaughter. But my concentration frays. Each line blurs, replaced by an image of Lysandra's guarded expression, the slight tremor when I asked her about illusions. Why does it affect me so? I've threatened humans before, manipulated them, used them as pawns. None ever stirred more than mild disdain. She's different, a challenge as fierce as any rival sorcerer I've faced, yet she wears that vulnerability like a cloak, and the echoes of her possible siren blood weave an intoxicating sense of forbidden allure. It's madness. A humorless laugh escapes me. If the council knew how thoroughly tangled I am in this, they'd see it as weakness. Perhaps they'd be right. My father always warned me never to let emotion outweigh strategy. Eventually, exhaustion creeps in, forcing my eyes to droop. I drag a hand over my face, snuffing out the overhead lamps with a quiet incantation. Shadows descend, broken only by the sporadic flashes of lightning outside. I slump onto a divan by the wall, letting my head rest against the carved wood. The storm outside rages, and my mind remains a tempest of worry and reluctant longing. I have a day to push Lysandra into giving me something to pacify the council, a day to keep her illusions hidden, a day to maintain my own grip on the precarious throne of exiled power I still hold, and overshadowing it all, the possibility that Lysandra's abilities are more than rumor. If she truly can enthrall minds, the council would brand her an existential threat to all dark elves. The thunder echoes like a war drum. I close my eyes, trying to envision the path forward. Instead, I see her face again, the flicker of challenge in her gaze. My chest tightens with an unfamiliar ache. Stay focused. The next step is ensuring she cooperates. The farmland rebels must be handled discreetly. Once that's done, my thoughts fade into a swirling haze. The storm lulls me toward a fitful sleep. In the dreamlike edges of my mind, I hear her voice, defiant yet laced with fear. See her lips forming half-spoken commands that ripple the air with subtle power. A cold sweat coats my skin. Even asleep, I can't escape the pull she exerts on my psyche. When I finally drift fully into slumber, it's with a tangled sense of dread and fascination for the day ahead. Because the moment we step outside the safe bubble of these wards, we gamble with the secrets that might upend Protheca's fragile order. And in that gamble, I'm risking far more than just my exile. I'm risking the rigid control I've spent my life honing. And for what? A glimmer of the unknown, and a woman who might be the key to toppling the very power structure I've been plotting against for years. Lightning flashes one last time, illuminating the chamber with stark brilliance before darkness enfolds me again. I exhale a shaky breath, bracing for the storm that's no longer just outside these walls, but lurking deep within me.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human, happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheca's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 9. Lysandra. I wake to a distant rumble, unsure at first if it's thunder or my own heart pounding. The fortress always breathes with its own currents, footsteps echoing in halls, servants murmuring behind closed doors, the hiss of manor lamps igniting at dawn. But this morning, everything feels electric. My skin prickles with the sense that something is closing in. I sit up, brushing the tangled strands of locks from my face. A weak ray of sunlight slips past the heavy drapery, illuminating the dust motes swirling in my chamber. I'm sore from head to toe, partly from the endless tension coiling through me these days, partly from the bruises that still linger. But my thoughts flash back to Zelith's warnings. The council demands results, a day or two to decide. Illusions, enthralment. A shaky breath escapes me. I've spent half the night poring over the scraps of farmland data Zelith allowed me to see, searching for a path that spares my rebels from slaughter. Yet the best I can devise is a partial compromise, leading his forces to enclaves that might be coaxed into surrender, or guiding them away from the smaller, more vulnerable pockets. But is that betrayal, or the only way to save them? The moral lines blur painfully. I run a hand over my face and force myself upright. The plush bed, with its dark sheets and embroidered pillows, mocks me with its comfort. I don't belong in a place like this, coddled by a dark elf prince, even as my people still cower in secret corners of the farmland. The door latch clicks, and I stiffen. Usually Zelith knocks, or at least signals me with a scuff of boots. This time, the intrusion is abrupt. A slender dark elf I've never seen before sweeps into the room, regal in stiff navy robes trimmed with silver. He has the bearing of a minor noble, well-groomed, chin held high, eyes flicking around as though everything offends him. A pair of soldiers flanks him, both wearing the insignia of the fortress guard. My heart slams into my ribs. "Where is Zelith?" I demand, bristling at the intrusion. The noble lifts a pale brow, pursing his thin lips. "I'm afraid the prince has been summoned away. Urgent council business." His gaze roams over me, lingering on the fresh bruise on my forearm. "He left instructions to bring you before me, however. We have matters to discuss." I swallow, recalling no mention from Zelith that some official would come prying. Matters to discuss? With me? He offers a tight smile, though it doesn't reach his eyes. "I am Lord Nyrus, an appointed liaison from the council. We've heard rumours of your compliance, yet we see little evidence. My presence here ensures you aren't concealing further rebellious impulses." I clench my jaw, resisting the urge to lash out. Zelith never said anything about a liaison. Where is he? Nyrus gestures impatiently to the guards. They move closer, a silent threat. My pulse kicks up. If I resist, they'll drag me out by force. And Zelith is absent, leaving me to fend off this council hound alone. "Very well," I hiss, forcing calm. "Lead on, then." Nyrus inclines his head, spinning on a heel and striding out. The guards flank me, guiding me down the corridor. Anger burns in my gut. Did Zelith play in this? Or is it some sneaky manoeuvre by the council? We move through the fortress's winding halls, passing columns etched with runic designs. Manor lamps flicker overhead, shedding a cold light on the polished stone. At last, we emerge into a small antechamber I don't recognise, furnished with a long table and 2 chairs facing each other. A single sputtering torch on the wall reveals walls lined with shelves of scrolls, like an overflow archive or record room. The air smells of dust and old ink. Nyrus dismisses the guards with a curt motion, then points to a chair. "Sit." I stiffen but comply, dropping into the seat with as much defiance as I can muster. He settles across from me, tapping manicured nails on the table's edge. "What do you want?" I snap, crossing my arms over my chest. Zelith and I were... "Whatever Prince Zelith promised you is irrelevant," Nyrus interjects, voice dripping with arrogance. "The council demands direct answers. Have you provided him the locations of your rebel cells? My shoulders tense. I've cooperated as much as needed. This intimidation act won't earn you anything more. He scoffs. Intimidation. My dear, I'm simply verifying you aren't leading us on a fool's chase. The farmland watchers insist the rebellion persists. If you truly wish to avoid a purge, you'll share the hiding spots promptly. A sharp retort leaps to my tongue, but I bite it back. If I defy him, the council might move faster to slaughter them, yet I can't just hand over everything. My heart races. Lord Nyrus leans forward, voice dropping in a conspiratorial hush. I'll be frank. Zelith's coddling has raised eyebrows. People suspect an inappropriate attachment. If I confirm you're still dangerous, we have cause to override his authority. My fists clench beneath the table. So that's your angle. He smiles thinly. Precisely. If you show me you're no threat, perhaps I'll speak in favour of leniency. But if you display even a hint of rebellious magic, I stiffen. Magic? Humans don't. A dark gleam lights his eyes. Humans know, but there are rumours. Let's not feign ignorance. He leans in, searching my face with predatory intensity. My pulse skitters. He's fishing for confirmation. My chest tightens. Faint footsteps echo outside, but no one appears. Anxiety knots in my stomach. Nyrus rises abruptly, coming around the table. I stand reflexively, stepping back until my spine nearly presses against the wall of shelves. He corners me, arms folded behind his back, eyes cold as a predator's. Show me, he says quietly. I stare, heart hammering. Show you what? Whatever trick enthralls guards. The illusions rumoured to swirl around you. Prove to me you're dangerous, or I'll assume it's a lie. There's a perverse challenge in his voice, as though he's certain I'm bluffing. I flush with anger. You want me to demonstrate something I don't even understand? What if you're disappointed? He snorts. Then you'll be carted off to a public square. The council will tear away Zelith's pretense of control and do what should have been done from the start. Panic flares. If I try to conjure illusions, I might expose my powers fully, but refusing might condemn me as useless. Either way, they'll use it against me. My breathing grows ragged. What's the matter? Nyrus hisses, stepping closer. Cat got your tongue? Or is it fear? My fists tighten, nails digging into my palms. Adrenaline surges in my veins. The memory of that guard in the garden flickers through my mind. The moment I felt a swirl of heat and accidentally made him stumble. Something stirs in my chest, an intangible warmth coiling beneath my sternum. Nyrus sneers. Just as I thought. A pathetic sham. Zelith was a fool to... Enough, I snap, voice trembling with suppressed fury. A strange pulse ripples in my throat. My vision narrows. A wave of dizzying heat explodes behind my eyes, as though my blood ignites from within. I can't hold it back. The air crackles around us, mana lamps sputtering in response. Nyrus's gaze flutters, his lips parting. What? My heart pounds. I sense a current of energy swirling in the room, tethered to me. The shelves, the dusty scrolls, everything seems to blur at the edges. And Nyrus stands at the centre of my focus, eyes flickering with confusion, enthralment. I hear a voice speaking, soft and compelling. My voice, but layered with a resonance I've never heard before. Leave me alone, I murmur, yet it echoes as if amplified by magic. You will forget this conversation. You will walk away. He makes a choked sound, pupils dilating. For a terrifying instant, I see the reflection of my own eyes in his, dark, swirling with an inhuman glow. My pulse screams in protest, but I can't tear myself away. Slowly, as if in a trance, Nyrus staggers back. His expression goes slack, arms falling to his sides. The lamp above us flickers violently, arcs of mana dancing along its metal base. I gulp air, limbs shaking. What am I doing? The wave of enthralment intensifies, and I watch, horrified yet transfixed, as Nyrus's arrogance melts into a docile blankness. He blinks sluggishly, teetering on his feet. Go, I repeat, desperation colouring my tone. Another wave of that intangible force pulses from my throat. Just go. He turns woodenly, stumbling toward the door. The handle clanks, and he disappears into the corridor. My breath explodes in a ragged gasp, knees threatening to buckle. The swirl of heat recedes, leaving me lightheaded. I slump against the shelf, mind reeling. I enthralled him. I actually forced him to obey. A roiling mixture of triumph and horror churns in my gut. My voice pulses with raw magic I can't control. Am I monstrous? Or is this the key to my freedom? A noise jolts me. Footsteps, heavier than Nyrus's, echo outside. I brace, fear pounding in my temples. Then the door cracks open, revealing Zelith. He halts in the doorway, cloak draped around his shoulders. His gaze sweeps the room, landing on me as I tremble by the shelves. What happened? He demands, voice low and urgent. I swallow, still dizzy. Nyrus. He cornered me. He wanted proof of my magic. The words tumble out in a breathless rush. His silver eyes widen. Your illusions? Did you? I shake my head, tears threatening. It wasn't illusions. I enthralled him. He walked away like a puppet. Zelith curses under his breath, crossing the space in 2 strides. He grips my shoulders, forced calm washing over his features even as tension lines his jaw. Are you all right? Did he hurt you? He runs a quick glance over me, as if checking for bruises. I exhale shakily. No, but... Gods! Zelith, I commanded him. He had no choice. His grip tightens, mouth grim. Listen to me. He won't remember, yes? He shakes me a little, gaze piercing. You told him to forget. My voice quivers. I think so. I said something. It came out like an order. He just obeyed. A surge of relief passes across his face. Good. Then maybe he'll wander about dazed, not sure what happened. He breathes out, still holding me steady. But we must move carefully. If he recovers any memory, the council will be unstoppable. My stomach flips. I don't understand. How can I enthrall someone? That's not human. That's... I catch myself, recalling the rumours of sirens, the horrifying notion that I might share their blood. Zelith's expression darkens, as though reading my thoughts. Number, it's not human. And it's not typical sorcery either. He steps back, hands sliding from my shoulders. I feel abruptly cold without his touch. We need answers, now. My throat constricts. You suspect siren blood, don't you? He hesitates, glancing at the door. This isn't the place to discuss it. Too many ears. He grabs my wrist, not painfully but insistently. Come. I follow numbly, heart still hammering. We slip into the corridor. No sign of Nyrus or the guards. My illusions or enthralment must have scattered them. Zelith leads me down a back passage I haven't traversed before, quickening his pace with each step. Tapestries blur at the corners of my vision, manor lamps buzzing overhead. My limbs tremble from the aftermath of that strange power. Is it truly siren blood? At last, we reach a heavy door carved with swirling runes reminiscent of House Veranthi's crest. Zelith murmurs a spell, palm pressed to the latch. The wards hiss, unlocking. Beyond lies a small chamber lined with shelves stuffed with tomes, crystals and curious relics. A single table stands in the centre, lit by a softly glowing orb suspended overhead. Zelith closes the door behind us, wards flaring in place again. Silence envelops us, broken only by my ragged breathing. I scan the shelves. Some hold ancient texts scrawled in a script I can't read. Others store items that glisten with dormant magic. He paces toward one shelf, rummaging through the volumes. I remain near the door, arms wrapped around myself in a futile attempt to steady. My mind spins. I enthralled an official. If the council finds out, I'm done for. If I truly am Siren-born. At last, Zelith extracts a weathered tome bound in black leather, inscribed with archaic symbols. He flips through the pages, scanning them with intense focus. My father collected lore on extinct species. The council once used this volume to track potential threats. He finds a section and places the book on the table. Come. I approach warily, staring at the faded ink. The text is in a flowing, archaic dialect, dotted with sketches. I see haunting silhouettes, a woman with elongated vocal cords, an aura swirling around her throat. My blood runs cold. This is the Siren blood entry, Zelith says grimly, tapping the page. The description references mind enthralment, an enchanting voice that can bend wills, illusions that lure unsuspecting victims. The footnotes mention a centuries-old campaign to eradicate them. That campaign was led by the upper council, Zelith continues, voice subdued. They believed sirens threatened dark elf dominion, that their enthralling powers could unravel entire kingdoms. My heart pounds so hard it hurts. You're saying, that's me? He meets my gaze, eyes haunted. The signs point to it. You enthralled an iris with your voice, yes? Humans don't do that. A bitter laugh escapes him. Neither do normal sorcerers. I tried to rationalize your illusions, your effect on guards, but it all aligns with the Siren-born's rumoured abilities. They can manipulate minds, seduce, or command with a single phrase. My head swims. But I'm human. I've always been told we have no real magic. A few hedge witches practice minor spells, but nothing like enthralment. He pages through the tome, pointing to a line. Sirens can breed with humans. The offspring appear human outwardly, but the siren lineage can resurface generations later. Seems you're an unlucky descendant. Unlucky indeed. My mouth goes dry, recalling every instance I glimpsed illusions or felt that hot swirl in my chest. All sirens were slaughtered, except maybe not entirely. Gods, I murmur. So if the council finds out, they won't just kill me. They'll destroy anyone who might carry the blood. They'll ravage entire lines of humans, to be sure. Rage and fear coil in my belly. Zelith nods solemnly, shutting the tome. Precisely. They see siren blood as a plague. I sink into a nearby chair, legs trembling. This can't be real. My entire life, I fought with blades, cunning, rebellion, never magic. He moves closer, gentling his voice. Magic can lie dormant. Your rebellion, the pressure of captivity, might have awakened it. He carefully lays a hand on mine, as though bracing me. A jolt passes through me at the contact, a swirl of confusion, and that same magnetic tension that's always simmered between us. I glance up, meeting his silver gaze. The moment stretches. What do I do? My voice breaks, betraying my swirling terror. He exhales. First, we keep this secret. Nyrus won't remember the enthralment if your command was strong enough. But be cautious. Any slip could reveal you. The illusions, the enthralment. Bury them, unless your life depends on it. A laugh escapes me, tinged with bitterness. My life already depends on it. His mouth tightens. Then hide it. I'll do everything possible to quell suspicions. But if the council gets wind that you're Siren-born, his grip tightens on my hand. They'll bypass me and tear you apart in some sorcerous chamber to see how your power works. A wave of nausea sweeps over me. My eyes burn with unshed tears. I never asked for this. I never wanted to be anything but free. Yet here I am. a living target for the darkest nightmares of the dark elf elite. Zelith's posture shifts, frustration and an undercurrent of protectiveness radiating from him. We'll figure this out. For now, I need you to remain calm. Do not enthrall anyone else. If you feel the surge building, bite your tongue, run away, anything. I nod mutely, though part of me recoils at the thought of burying a power that might ensure my survival. If used carefully, enthralment could protect me from guards, from Nyrus. Yet the risk. He squeezes my hand, then seems to realise the intimacy of the gesture. Slowly he releases me, stepping back a fraction. The rush of his warmth recedes, leaving me oddly bereft. "This changes everything, Lysandra," he says, voice low. "You aren't just a rebel. You're a direct threat to my people's ancient prejudices. If word leaks, the farmland purge you fear would be the least of our problems. They'd burn half of Protheka to unearth any trace of siren blood." A stifled sob rises in my throat, but I swallow it. I won't let them slaughter more innocents, especially not because of me. The rebels, they're already close to annihilation. His silver gaze darkens. Which is why we must be smarter. We have less than a day to present a plan to the council, something that appeases them enough to delay a purge. You must remain outwardly submissive. Let them believe I'm taming you. My stomach churns at the idea. Submit while secretly harbouring a power that could enthrall them all. What a twisted game. He gives a humourless smile. You're not the only one who hates it. Silence blankets us again. My mind reels. Sirens, illusions, enthralment. I was always strong-willed, leading rebellions with steel and cunning. But this, I could unravel minds with a whispered command. Dread wrestles with a flicker of something darker, excitement. Because if harnessed, this power is unstoppable. I look down at my hands, remembering the raw heat that rushed through me. If I do learn to control it, do you realise what that might mean? He studies me, posture tense. Yes, you'd be unstoppable if no one discovered the truth. But the discovery alone would incite war. He hesitates, eyes flicking to the old tome. Even I can't fully protect you if the truth spreads. The weight of his words presses on my chest. The council meeting looms. Farmland hangs in the balance, and now this revelation of siren blood threatens to upend everything. I force myself to meet his gaze. You said we have a day to finalise a plan. Then you present it to the council. I murmur. I'll share what I can about the rebels, enough to steer them away from the most vulnerable groups. That might stave off a large purge, buy us time. He nods. And in return, I keep the council's attention off your potential magic. I'll spin a tale of your slow compliance, how I've nearly broken your will, so they see no reason to dig deeper. My lips twist in a bitter smile. How charming. I'll play the docile captive while I hide a power that could enthrall them all. You won't enthrall them all, he warns, a flash of urgency in his tone. Promise me, Lysandra. This power is too risky to flaunt. If you enthrall the wrong official, we'll be undone. I swallow. The thought of enthralling the entire council as vengeance crosses my mind, but it's fleeting. The risk is astronomical. I promise I won't use it, unless absolutely necessary. He exhales, relief mingling with caution. That's all I can ask. I stand, crossing to the table where the tome lies. My finger brushes the illustration of a siren with swirling runes around her throat. I imagine myself in her place, voice pulsing with unstoppable command. A tremor runs through me. Fear, yes, but also raw possibility. If I harness this, I might liberate my people once and for all. But at what cost to my own soul? Zelith steps behind me, close enough that I feel his warmth. My pulse quickens. Whatever you decide, he says quietly, know that I'm not your enemy. We share a goal, preventing a catastrophe the council might unleash. I tilt my head, glancing up at him. Our gazes lock, tension humming in the space between us. Despite the chaos swirling around us, an undeniable spark lingers, the same pull we've skirted for days. My heart thrums louder. He's a dark prince, an exile with cunning. But he's also the only one who knows the truth about me now. "Thank you," I whisper, surprising myself with the raw gratitude in my voice, for not throwing me to the wolves. His lips quirk in a faint, wry smile. I've never been fond of wolves, or councils, or anything that presumes to control me. I allow a brief, humourless laugh. We're alike in that way, I suppose. He lifts a hand, as if tempted to brush a stray curl on my face. Then he catches himself, letting the hand drop. The moment passes, but a flicker of longing stays behind, fueling the swirling confusion in my chest. "We should finalise the farmland plan," he says. "We'll present it tomorrow. The council expects me to prove you're cooperating. If you can give them a location or two, some smaller cells that might be negotiated with, perhaps I can spin it into a temporary resolution." I nod, stepping away from the tome, away from him. I'll do it. But I choose which enclaves. No slaughter. I want them given a chance to surrender. He inclines his head. "I promise to push for mercy. But be warned, mercy in dark elf terms is still exploitation. Your rebels might end up as labourers under better conditions, rather than free citizens." A lump forms in my throat, but I steady myself. Any life is better than the pyre's. "I'll do what I can to ensure no more bloodshed." My voice trembles with the weight of compromise. He exhales, crossing to the chamber door. "We'll refine the details in my study then. And keep your voice in check, Lysandra. We can't afford another enthralment. Or illusions." I offer a grim nod, following him out. The corridor beyond is quiet, though I can't shake the feeling of eyes lurking behind every corner. Council spies, perhaps. My limbs still buzz with leftover adrenaline from enthralling Nyrus. My mind reels with the knowledge that I carry a power all dark elves dread. As we walk, Zelith's cloak brushes my arm. I notice the tension in his posture, shoulders taut, jaw set. He might claim practicality, but something about this siren revelation rattles him deeply. Is it the threat to his people's order, or something more personal? We reach his private wing, wards shimmering aside to admit us. The door seals behind us, muffling the fortress's hum. Inside, the table is spread with farmland rosters, maps, and scraps of parchment detailing supply routes. I recognise the documents from earlier. The flickering overhead lamps cast shifting shadows, like serpents dancing on the walls. Zelith gestures to the chairs. "Sit. Let's craft the story we'll feed the council." I sink into a seat, forcibly shoving my fear about siren blood aside. We begin dissecting the farmland, circle potential enclaves that might be willing to yield. I advise him which leaders are more pragmatic. He suggests forging offers of reduced quotas in exchange for surrender. The cynic in me scoffs at any real trust, but it's better than a massacre. Hours pass in hushed debate, scrawling notes, crossing out lines. Eventually, we have a workable plan. A handful of enclaves I'll claim as the primary cells, hoping the council sees it as enough. They might still enslave them, but they'll live. My chest twists at the half-betrayal. Yet I remind myself that if I remain silent, the entire farmland faces systematic slaughter. Exhaustion seeps in. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten since morning. Zelith stands abruptly, stretching. The lamps cast pale light across his obsidian skin, highlighting silver war sigils that shimmer faintly with mana. I watch him, a swirl of confusing warmth coiling in my belly. This man has become both ally and captor, a potential shield against the worst evils of his kind, and now the only person who knows my secret. A shiver runs through me. He glances my way, noticing my gaze. For a heartbeat, the tension simmers again, something that has little to do with politics. I look away hurriedly, cheeks warming. We should finalise the wording, I say, clearing my throat. He nods, returning to the table. Yes, the council meeting is tomorrow at dusk. I'll present our plan to them. You'll remain in the wings, appearing docile but present. They'll likely want to question you too. My heart clenches. Then I'll do my best to appear cowed. His lips twitch wryly. You? Cowed? That I must see. A faint smirk escapes me. Don't get used to it. His responding grin is brief, overshadowed by the gravity of our circumstances. With renewed focus, we revise the final draft. The room grows silent, broken only by the scratch of quills and the rustle of parchment. Outside, the fortress hum hushes as evening deepens. My back aches, my mind reels. But at last, we're done. I push the final sheet away, exhaling. That's it then. Our best chance. Zelith nods, collecting the pages. He glances at me, a flicker of concern in his eyes. You should rest. Tomorrow will test us both. I swallow, rising from the chair. My muscles protest, stiff from hours hunched over maps. What about Nyrus? He sets the documents aside, tension returning to his posture. I made discreet inquiries. He's wandering the fortress in a daze, muttering about forgotten tasks. He might pass it off as exhaustion or a minor hex. With luck, he won't recall you enthralling him. Relief mingles with guilt. I twisted his mind, but I pushed the thought aside. At least that's one crisis averted. He crosses to the door with me, pausing as the wards glimmer. I brace for him to open it, but he hesitates. We stand close, the flicker of lampfire dancing over our faces. My breath catches at the sudden awareness thrumming between us again. Why does it always come back to this magnetic tension? Zelith's voice dips. Lysandra, if the council meeting goes awry... Don't, I whisper, heart pounding. We can't dwell on that. We have to succeed. He exhales, gaze roving over my face. You're right. Silence stretches, charged and dizzying. Slowly he lifts a hand as though to touch my cheek, then retracts it. A swirl of disappointment and relief war in my chest. This is madness. He's my captor. I'm Siren-born. Everything is on the brink of disaster. Yet a raw part of me yearns for something I can't name. He clears his throat, the moment fracturing. Good night, Lysandra. I nod, forcing a steady breath. Good night, Zelith. He opens the door, letting me slip into the corridor. The guards outside stiffen. My heart still pounds with leftover adrenaline, but I manage to keep my head high as they escort me back to my chamber. The looming knowledge of tomorrow's meeting weighs heavily on my shoulders. One misstep, and the council will devour me and my kind. Inside my room, the door locks behind me with a faint click, wards sealing me in. I pace to the window, planing a plan on the cool glass. Night envelopes Perthos, the city lights glimmering in neat lines along the streets. Far beyond, the farmland sleeps under a starlit sky, oblivious to the fate that hangs on tomorrow's decisions. My reflection in the glass stares back, a woman with bruised cheekbones, hair braided haphazardly, and eyes that flicker with unspoken power. Siren blood. It's real. I enthralled Nyrus. I swallow the surge of panic. If I can enthrall him, I can enthrall others, maybe even entire squads. The potential both thrills and terrifies me. Who am I? I whisper to the empty room, voice trembling. The glass doesn't answer. Only my own eyes, haunted by the revelation. I spent years believing I was just a human rebel with more stubbornness than sense. Now I'm something else entirely, something extinct, hunted, lethal. And Zelith knows. He hasn't cast me to the council. Instead, he's forging a conspiracy with me to manipulate them. A surge of conflicting emotions boils in my chest. Gratitude, caution, maybe a flicker of deeper feeling. I recall the warmth of his hand on mine, the way his voice softened when he realized my terror. A shudder racks me. If we succeed, I might protect my rebels from a purge. But I'll remain trapped in this fortress, siren blood a secret I dare not reveal. Unless a defiant spark flares in my heart, unless I find a way to harness it fully. If I enthrall enough key figures, I could topple the entire system. My reflection's eyes widen at the monstrous thought. But is it monstrous if it frees humans from centuries of oppression? Shaken, I force myself to step back. I won't make that choice lightly. Right now, I must survive tomorrow's council session, appear docile, and pray the farmland is spared. Then I can figure out what to do with this newfound power. I slump onto the bed, mind churning with visions of enthralled nobles and illusions swirling around me. Sleep seems impossible. My lungs feel tight, memories of Nyrus's dazed obedience swirling in my head. So easy to break a mind if I will it. The thought sends chills through me. Eventually, exhaustion claims me. My eyes drift shut, the fortress's hush enveloping me. In the darkness behind my lids, I see a swirl of violet light, hear an echo of my own voice layered with unearthly resonance. My last conscious thought is that tomorrow, everything changes. I can't remain just a rebel leader haunted by past failures. I am something more, something dangerous. And once the council meets, I'll be one step closer to discovering the true extent of my siren-born heritage. I hope we're ready for the storm that revelation brings.
Chapter 10. Zelith. I stand at the top of a narrow stairway, hands braced on the carved stone banister. Below, a group of dark elf nobles mills around the fortress's side courtyard, their murmured voices echoing against the walls. They wear arrogance like armor, each posture stiff with suspicion. I catch flashes of disapproval in their eyes whenever they glance my way. The sense of precariousness I've labored under these past days intensifies. I've just finished meeting with a handful of lesser council members, all of whom demanded fresh assurances about Lysandra's cooperation. They're ravenous for progress. They want to see my plan to subdue the farmland enclaves executed without delay. And they've grown impatient with my appeals for caution. If they knew Lysandra is siren-born, the mere thought twists my stomach. That revelation would upend everything, fueling a fervor for her immediate destruction. I turn to Razian, my second-in-command, who's waiting at the top of the steps. He holds a folded parchment in one hand, jaw set in a tight line. The nobles are restless, he says quietly, as though stating the obvious. They gossip that you're stalling. There's even talk of hiring assassins to remove your human captive if you refuse to deliver her soon. Spike of anger flares, but I retain my expression, controlling it. Let them try. She's under my protection, and any direct attempt on her life in my domain is an insult I won't tolerate. My voice echoes a little too loudly in the stairwell. Razian nods once. Just be careful. Some among the nobility might see that as a challenge. I huff a humorless laugh. Everything is a challenge here. Then I descend the steps with brisk strides, cloak sweeping behind me. I can't allow fear to rule me. The corridor at the foot leads into the heart of my private wing, and each step pulses with tension. If an assassin has truly been hired, they'll strike soon. Tonight, maybe. There's no time to lose. At the threshold to my quarters, 2 guards stiffen. I sense the hush inside, the wards acknowledging my magical signature. With a flick of my wrist, I override the locks and push the door open. Inside, I spot Lysandra pacing near the window. She wears a simple black tunic and fitted breeches, hair braided loosely down her back. Despite the persistent bruise along her jaw, there's a fierce vitality in the way she moves. My chest tightens, recalling the raw surge of her voice that enthralled Nyrus just a day ago. Siren blood. The word churns in my mind, forcing me to confront how precariously we stand. She glances up, eyes immediately flicking over me as though assessing my mood. "Another meeting?" she asks, tone edged with tension. I nod. The nobles are pressing harder. They want you delivered or proven docile. I stride closer, each footstep echoing on the polished floor. Some might take matters into their own hands. She exhales, crossing her arms. So I'm supposed to hide in here and pray they don't send an assassin to slit my throat while I sleep? Sarcasm laces her words, but her grip on her forearms betrays her unease. I level my gaze on her. You're safe in this wing. My wards would alert me if anyone tries to breach it. I pause, letting the gravity sink in. But outside these chambers, yes, you're in danger. A flicker of bitterness crosses her face. And how am I to help with your farmland plan if I'm locked away like a caged bird? I step nearer, tension crackling between us. You've seen the documents. You've identified enclaves that might surrender, saving them from total annihilation. We're a day away from implementing that plan. Once we do, the Council should see enough progress to back off, assuming no one else disrupts it. I allow a grim note to enter my voice. Still, you remain their prime target. She lifts her chin, defiance mingling with fear. I won't cower like a frightened animal waiting for someone's blade. I'd rather fight. Admiration stirs despite the peril. I know, but if you want to stay alive, caution is paramount. Her posture stiffens. We stand a breath apart, the room's air thick with unspoken tension. Over the past days, we've grown familiar with this closeness, an undercurrent that thrums whenever we're alone. She's Siren-born, I'm a disgraced prince. Logic demands we keep our distance, yet something pulls us like iron to a lodestone. Razian enters, clearing his throat pointedly. His expression flicks between us, wariness in his eyes. My prince, I've arranged extra patrols in the corridors leading here. If an assassin tries to approach, we'll know. I force a nod, stepping back from Lysandra. Excellent. Have them rotate unpredictably. If there's a plot, let the conspirators see we're prepared. Razian bows and departs, leaving the hush behind. Lysandra and I exchange a charged glance. She exhales, tension roiling. So, you'll lock me up and hope the Council doesn't speed things along? My jaw sets. For tonight, yes. Until the farmland plan is in motion. We can't risk giving them an opening now. She scoffs, pacing away. Lovely. A prisoner, as always. Anger flickers in me. Anger at the Council for forcing this. At myself for failing to keep her safer. It's better than dead, I snap, voice sharper than intended. Her eyes spark. Am I supposed to be grateful? I surge forward, frustration boiling. Grateful you aren't a corpse? Yes, perhaps. I'm doing everything to protect you from a city that despises your kind. She spins, meeting my glare head on. You act like I owe you. I never asked for your protection. If not for your counsel, we wouldn't be in this nightmare. My pulse thuds. Tension ignites like a spark to kindling, our mutual tempers flaring in the face of lethal pressure. Don't be naive, I growl. Without me, the Council would have paraded your severed head weeks ago. Her cheeks flush, but she refuses to back down. Or maybe I'd have escaped. My illusions, my power could have saved me. I bark a hollow laugh. That power nearly revealed your secret to the entire fortress. You'd be hunted beyond these walls with nowhere safe. She steps closer, chest heaving, eyes bright with fury. You're the one who demanded I bury it. Yet you fling it in my face whenever it suits you. The air crackles. I can almost feel her siren blood thrumming beneath her skin, a fierce energy that calls to me. The frustration of the day, the looming threat of assassination, it all converges into a storm of heated emotion. Neither of us wants to cede ground. She lifts her chin defiantly. I'm not some puppet you can jerk around. I seize her wrist, not painfully, but firmly enough to stop her words. Our gazes lock, and everything else fades. My fear for her, my anger at the council, my desire to keep control. She's breathing fast, pulse fluttering at her throat. Heat swells, raw and urgent. It's a madness that's been building for days. "Don't you see?" I rasp, voice low. "We're both trapped. If we fail, we fall together." My grip lingers on her wrist as I bask in her warmth, sliding into me like a brand. Her eyes flick down to where I hold her, then back up, lips parting. Then what are we fighting each other for? Emotions roil. The next heartbeat slams into me, a wave of reckless need. I yank her closer, the distance between us vanishing. She gasps, but her body moves in tandem, as though some invisible thread tugs us both. My free hand slides to her waist, heat flaring under my palm. "You drive me mad," I whisper, voice ragged. Every time we speak, I teeter on the edge of losing control. She doesn't flinch. Instead, her gaze drops to my mouth. Her voice comes out strained. "Then maybe we should let go. Just for a moment." The last shred of restraint snaps. My lips crash against hers, hunger and anger colliding in a fierce, desperate kiss. She sucks in a startled breath, but doesn't pull away. Instead, she presses closer. A raw sound escapes me. My senses reel from the taste of her, the electric jolt of tension transmuted into fiery contact. Her fingers curl into my tunic, gripping it tight as though she's drowning and I'm her lifeline. We stumble backward, pinned against the wall. My thoughts blur, replaced by the urgent ache of this moment. The threat of assassins, the council's looming demands, it all dims compared to the feverish press of her body. She breaks the kiss, chest heaving, eyes ablaze. "I hate you," she breathes, though there's no conviction behind the words, just a trembling intensity. "I hate that I want this." My throat constricts. "The feeling is mutual," I rasp, unable to tear my gaze from her parted lips. "You're a poison in my veins, Lysandra." She clenches her jaw, then surges forward again, dragging me into another fierce kiss. This time it's all tongues and muffled groans. My hands slip under the hem of her tunic, grazing the soft skin of her waist, drawing a breathless gasp from her. We break apart, devouring the sight of each other in that lamplit hush. A small, rational voice tries to break through, reminding me we're in the corridor near my quarters, that guards could pass by. But I shove it aside, hooking an arm around her legs and sweeping her up. She yelps, arms flung around my neck. I stride through the open doorway into my personal chamber, kicking it shut with a savage motion. The wards hum, sealing us in. We tumble onto the bed, a tangle of limbs and half-choked gasps. My cloak tangles around me, so I yank it off, cursing under my breath. She braces on her elbows, hair fanning around her face. In the low lamplight, her features glow, eyes dark with need. My breath is ragged as I lower myself beside her. Our gazes lock again, a swirl of conflict and longing dancing between us. She places a hand on my chest, pushing me to pause. We hover there, hearts pounding in unison. "I still hate you," she murmurs, though now it's tinged with self-mockery and a small wry grin. This changes nothing. My lips curve into a hollow smile. Agreed. We're still mortal enemies. Then I lean in, brushing a gentler kiss against her jaw. Her breath hitches, her hand curling over my shoulder. The tension of the day melds into a raw, chaotic desire. No more words. We lose ourselves in sensation. She tugs at my tunic, nails scraping lightly across my skin. Every nerve in me ignites. I bury my face in her neck, inhaling the faint scent of floral soap she must have used earlier. My kisses trail along her pulse point, drawing soft sounds from her throat. Our movements become a frantic dance. I help her remove her tunic, my breath stalling at the sight of bruised but resilient flesh. She's all wiry strength, scars testifying to a life of combat. I trace a dark patch on her ribs, remorse flickering that she was hurt in my fortress. She arches into my touch, not letting me dwell on guilt. Time blurs, Our lips meet again, devouring each gasp. The sense of danger only amplifies the urgency. I can't recall the last time I felt so consumed. Her hands skim over my chest, exploring, and I groan at the contact. Her nails rake lightly, sending jolts of pleasure across my skin. It's not gentle, nor is it romantic in any conventional sense. It's desperation, fury, pent-up longing, all colliding in sweat and whispered curses. We roll across the bed, limbs tangling. I brace above her, brushing hair from her face. For a fleeting moment, our eyes meet, vulnerability shimmering beneath the anger. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
For a moment, there's nothing but the sound of our ragged breathing, the scent of sweat and sex thick in the air. Then slowly, reality seeps back in. She exhales, her body limp beneath mine. This changes nothing, she mutters, but her voice lacks its usual bite. I pull out, rolling onto my back beside her, staring at the flickering shadows on the ceiling. No, I agree. It doesn't. She shifts, rolling onto her side. She doesn't speak. I sense the torrent of thoughts behind her gaze, the war between loathing me and craving what we just shared. My chest clenches with a strange ache. I brush a thumb over her cheek, a small, uncertain gesture. She flinches at first, then closes her eyes, letting out a shaky sigh. This changes nothing, she repeats softly. There's an edge of desperation in her tone, as if trying to convince herself more than me. I know, I reply, voice rasping. We're still on opposite sides. My heart twists because that statement feels less certain now. But I won't force illusions of unity when the entire fortress hunts her kind. A wry laugh escapes her, lacking humor. Right. She rubs a hand over her face, then sits up, gathering the sheets to cover herself. Tension creeps back into the lines of her shoulders. We should check the corridors. The assassins, remember? My stomach drops, remembering the very real danger. Yes, of course. I push up, scanning the room. My clothes lie scattered, the cloak flung aside. Heat creeps up my neck at how lost in the moment we were. I retrieve my breeches, tug them on, ignoring the swirl of complicated emotion. She dresses more slowly, wincing at a bruise on her thigh. I drag my fingers through my hair, trying to gather composure. Razian set up extra patrols, but let's see what's transpired in our absence. The ward should have alerted me if an intruder approached, yet I can't ignore the possibility that some cunning assassin found a loophole. She nods mutely, still avoiding my eyes. My chest tightens. Something inside me wants to reach out, to reassure her. But the moment for gentleness is gone. The reality of our predicament surges back, stark and uncompromising. We slip out, stepping into the corridor that leads to the antechamber. 2 guards stand at attention, looking surprised to see us together. Their gazes dart to Lysandra, then away, clearly uneasy. I maintain a regal bearing, refusing to let them see any disarray. Report, I command, voice firm. 1 guard bows. No intruders spotted, my prince. Patrols have rotated as instructed. Lord Nyrus was seen earlier, but he left the wing a while ago, looking distracted. I exchange a glance with Lysandra, recalling how she enthralled him the previous day. So far, it seems he hasn't pieced together the truth. A small blessing. Continue your vigilance, I say. We expect attempts on Lysandra's life. No one enters these corridors without my explicit permission. The guards nod, taking their duty more seriously than ever. Lysandra folds her arms, tension etched in her posture. We move away, heading down a narrower hallway that leads to a side entrance. Another pair of guards stands watch, equally vigilant. It seems no threat has broken through, yet. Once we're a short distance away, Lysandra clears her throat softly. No sign of assassins so far. I nod, glancing at the stone walls, the flickering torches in their sconces. They might wait until the middle of the night, or possibly strike during tomorrow's council session, hoping to catch us both off guard. She snorts. Council session. More like a viper's nest. I can't argue. My steps slow, and I find myself turning to face her. The swirl of candlelight casts shifting patterns over her features. Her hair is still disheveled from our heated encounter, cheeks flushed. My heart stutters, an echo of the desire that just burned between us. Guilt and longing tangle in my gut. We have no time for this emotional swirl. Danger presses in from all sides. I start, then stop. Words fail me. She lifts a brow, face carefully guarded. What? I scrub a hand over my jaw, searching for something to break the awkwardness. I don't regret it, I admit quietly, pulse pounding. But I know it complicates everything. Her gaze flicks away, a tightness in her jaw. Complicates is an understatement. We stand in strained silence. Then footsteps approach from behind. A soldier, out of breath, saluting with a sharp bow. My prince, urgent message from the southern gate. A robed figure was spotted lingering near the outer wards. They fled when approached. Could be the assassin. Adrenaline spikes. They're already testing our defenses. Lysandra's eyes lock with mine, tension brimming. She murmurs, "Told you they wouldn't wait long." I nod, pushing aside the roil of my emotions. "Gather a detail. I'll see if we can track them. Lysandra, stay behind with a guard." She glowers. "I'm coming with you." A pang of protectiveness wars with my pragmatic side. "No, you've no gear. No guarantee I can shield you if a fight breaks out. Stay in the fortress interior. If we catch them, it might deter further attempts." She opens her mouth to argue, but the urgency of the situation hangs thick. Finally, she exhales, eyes flaring with reluctant acceptance. "Fine, but be careful." The quiet concern in her voice stirs a confusing warmth inside me. With a sharp nod, I bark orders to the soldier, who scrambles to gather a small party. Lysandra steps aside, arms folded. Our gazes meet one last time. A silent exchange of caution and the unspoken link form between us. Then I pivot, cloak swishing as I head for the southern gate. Under moonlight, the fortress walls loom, arcs of magical wards shimmering faintly. The search proves fruitless. Whoever prowled near the southern gate vanished before we arrived, leaving only vague footprints in the damp soil. My frustration mounts. They're testing us, seeing how we respond. Next time, they might be bolder. As I return to the fortress's main hall, my mood sours further. The stares from passing nobles intensify, as if they sense something amiss. I nod curtly, not pausing for conversation. My mind drifts to Lysandra, the memory of her taste, the echo of her fierce presence. Damn the timing. We stand on the brink of a pitched battle, political and literal, and we've entangled ourselves in a moment of vulnerability neither of us expected. I slip back into my private wing. The wards hum as I cross them, verifying my identity. I find Lysandra in my antechamber, perched on a small settee. She springs to her feet when I enter, eyes scanning me for injuries. "Nothing," I mutter. "Whoever it was, they fled." She nods, relief evident. Then an awkward hush settles. We're both keenly aware of what happened earlier, how we crossed a line we pretended we'd never approach. I run a hand through my hair. You'll stay here in my quarters for the night. The wards are strongest, and I don't trust any other place." Her brows lift. "Your quarters?" I clench my jaw. "We can arrange separate sleeping spaces if you prefer. But I can't risk you being alone in your chamber. The council is cunning enough to bribe or manipulate guards outside it." She presses her lips together, conflict swimming in her gaze. "Fine. If that's the best way to avoid an assassination." She exhales, tension draining from her shoulders. This fortress is a maze of predators. A wry half-smile forms on my lips. "And now you know why I keep a firm hold on power. Without it, we're both prey." My voice softens despite myself. "I'll ensure you remain safe, even if we can't do that again." Her cheeks color slightly, though she lifts her chin. "We won't," she agrees, voice a bit too quick. "One lapse of judgment is enough." A pang hits me, a fleeting sense of loss, but I ignore it, offering a curt nod. "Right, then let's retire. We'll face tomorrow's council session with a united front." I gesture for her to follow me into my main living area. It's spacious, lit by wall sconces that glow with subdued arcane light. A large bed stands against one wall, draped in rich fabrics. I cross to the wardrobe, pulling out spare blankets and a wide cushion that can serve as a makeshift bed. She watches, arms folded, expression guarded. "You're giving me the bed? That's hardly necessary." I give her a level look. "You're injured. The bruise on your side, She scowls. "I'm not some porcelain doll, but..." "Thanks." A tension-laden hush returns as I lay the blankets down, one corner of my mind cursing how quickly we went from a passionate entanglement to an awkward arrangement of bedrolls. When I finish, I glance her way. "You rest. I'll keep watch for a while, ensure no intruders slip by." She nods, stepping toward the bed. The flickering light outlines the lean lines of her body, stirring memories of earlier. Her gaze flicks away from me. "All right. Good night, Zelith." I incline my head. "Good night, Lysandra." She eases onto the bed, pulling the covers around her. I sink onto the makeshift bedding, leaning against a carved chest. The hush intensifies, broken only by the hiss of mana lamps overhead. My thoughts wanders to the farmland plan, the looming council meeting, and Lysandra's siren blood. If we survive the next day, we may buy enough time to keep her secret hidden. If not, everything unravels. And I have to reconcile this new closeness, this savage spark that binds us in ways neither of us anticipated. Gradually, her breathing deepens, hinting that she's fallen asleep. I remain awake, gaze fixed on the door, every sense alert. My chest still aches from the intensity of what we shared, the knowledge that it might never happen again. My eyes close, exhaustion tugging. We can't let desire blind us to the threats swirling in the shadows. Eventually, I drift into a light doze, half ready to spring up if the wards flare. In that twilight of consciousness, I recall the warmth of Lysandra's skin, the taste of her lips, the desperation in our union. Bad guys close in, but for a moment we found a measure of reprieve. In the morning we faced the council, the farmland crisis, and the possibility of an assassin lurking in every dark corner. I wonder if that single stolen moment might be the only solace we'll ever share before the storm engulfs us. I breathe, counting the seconds, letting the faint arcs of magic hum through the wards. For now, Lysandra is safe. I cling to that thought like a shield against the looming uncertainties. When dawn comes, we'll step back into the political battlefield together, bound by uneasy alliance, a secret siren-born power, and a raw, impossible connection neither of us can deny.